All right, let's jump right into it before we get into the videos. First story. Trump officials makes plans to revoke legal status of migrants welcomed under the Biden administration. The Trump administration is preparing to revoke the legal status of many of the migrants who were allowed to come into the United States legally from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela under former President Joe Biden. The proposal by the Department of Homeland Security spelled out in an unpublished notice would fully terminate a Biden administration's program that allows more than 530,000 Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans to fly to the United States if America's sponsors agreed to help them financially. The Biden administration argued the policy known as CHNV discouraged illegal immigration by people from these four Latin America countries by offering them legal means to come to the United States, but President Trump froze the initiative hours after being inaugurated. Trump officials have specifically argued that the program was a misuse of immigration parole, the legal authority which the Biden administration used to admit those under the sponsorship initiative and to allow them to apply for work permits. Under the new move, the Trump administration will revoke the parole status of those allowed into the United States under CHNV policy and place them in deportation proceedings if they have failed to apply or obtain another immigration benefit like asylum, a green card, or temporary protection status. It's unclear how many of the over 500,000 people allowed into the United States under this initiative have applied for other immigration programs. When the Trump administration plan will be finalized also remains unclear. Those whose parole classifications is revoked and who lack other immigration status would become ineligible to work in the United States lawfully. They would also receive notice to appear in immigration court, the first step in the deportation process. Earlier this month, the Trump administration empowered federal immigration agents, including those with immigration and customs enforcement, to seek the deportation, including in an expedited fashion in some cases, of those permitted to enter the United States under various Biden administration policies. Some of those who have arrived in the United States under the CHNV who argue that the policy has also been abused. Just this week, the Trump administration rescinds a Biden era extension of the TPS designation for Venezuelans, paving, hold on, I just skipped, Venezuelans paving the way for some migrants from Venezuela to lose that status sooner. Cubans with parole status have unique access to a process to become legal permanent residents due to Cold Era laws. All nationalities can also apply for asylum, but the requirements that requires applicants to prove that they are fleeing persecution based on certain factors like their politics or religion, a high legal threshold. Representatives for DHS, of course, did not reply. Tom Josette, a former DHS immigration official under the Biden administration, denounced the Trump administration plans, quote, targeting people who came to the United States with sponsors and continue to play by the rules isn't just gratuitously cruel, but it will make our system more chaotic. Mr. Trump, who seized the Biden's unpopular immigration policies during the presidential campaign, has staged a wide-ranging crackdown on illegal and legal migration. So again, we have that. So again, I just want to note for a lot of people that just so have happened to vote for this, who are from a lot of these other countries that are listed, people are getting exactly what it is that they asked for. The next thing that I just want to happen to go over is this here. Maybe a little bit odd for you guys to see, but I'm going to read it out to you. Let me see if I can get the picture. There we go. Now I got to roll back. Yeah, got to go back and get it again. Also, shout out to anybody that's in the live stream at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So it goes as stated, National Black History Month 2025. This is stated by Trump. Today, I'm very honored to recognize February 2025 as National Black History Month. Every year, National Black History Month is an association to celebrate the contributions of so many Black American patriots who have indelibly shaped our nation's history. Throughout our history, Black Americans have been among our country's most consequential leaders, shaping the culture and political destiny of our nation in profound ways. American heroes such as Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Thomas Sowell, Justice Clarence Thomas, and countless others represent what is best in America and her citizens. Their achievements, which have monumentally advanced the tradition of equity under the law in our great country, continue to serve as an inspiration for all Americans. We will also never forget the achievements of American greats like Tiger Woods, who have pushed the boundaries of excellence in their respective fields, paving the way for others to follow. The National Black History Month. As America prepares to enter a historic golden age, I want to extend my tremendous gratitude to Black Americans for all they have done to bring us to this moment and for the many future contributions they will make as we advance into a future of limitless possibilities under my administration. Now, therefore, I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as National Black History Month. I call upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of the United States to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. So again, that's coming directly from Trump. I'm pretty sure that wasn't on anybody's bingo card, at this moment in time to have something like that, actually take place. Again, that is something right there. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said it's on after this article. You got to play the salsa song about Trump that they were enthusiastic. Wait, I'm not even sure if I even got the clip on me right now. I can't even play it. I can't even find it right now because I had to, transport some stuff over. But again, shout out to all 97 people who are currently watching this live stream at this moment in time during this Saturday afternoon. So now we get to the videos.
This is a very good question. It says, if Mexican people stick together as you say, then why would you leave Mexico? If your people are so wonderful, why did you run from your own country? Okay, I'm going to give you this analogy. And after you watch the whole video, hopefully you understand. If not, comment. You know how a lot of black people leave the hood for the suburbs? Have you seen that? Or maybe you're one of them? Why do you think black people do that? They say, bye hood, go to the suburbs next to the evil white people. I'm going to give you two reasons. Better environment, better school system for your children. That could be two. And if we keep looking for more reasons, we will find a million of them. And then you say, why do we run from our country? I'm going to tell you why. In my country, sometimes we have no running water. Sometimes we have no electricity. Sometimes we have no food to eat, no work. Our government in my country is corrupt. I've seen a lot of videos of black people saying, oh, no more food stamps, no more EBT card, no more Section 8. See, to a lot of black people, not having food stamps, not having Medicaid, not having Section 8, that is a struggle to a lot of black people. When we Hispanics come into this country, we are like, what? Food stamps? Section 8? Medicaid? The water never runs out? The power never goes out? We're not worried about, not having food stamps, not having EBT, no Section 8. We're not worried about all that. We're here to work. We don't bother nobody. Hopefully you get it after you watch this video. And if you don't, please replay it. Peace.
Now I'm a little bit confused, and somebody has to explain this to me. Why is it that whenever people need to make an example, they want to use Black Americans? I just need to understand that. He wanted to use an example of them leaving their country, as in Black people, quote unquote, leaving the hood. Every single Black person does not live in the hood. You do have middle class black areas, which are pretty much completely fine and dandy. I grew up in both areas, right? So I'm a little bit confused. And like I said before, I know everything that he is stating is based in some type of ignorance. It's not historical facts. He didn't do his due diligence in order to really speak on black Americans or try to use that as an example. Because I'm just going to list this. If black people decide that, okay, I'm in the hood right now, I want to sit up there and go to a better area, we're not just going to automatically just be like, yeah, we're just going to up and leave and directly go to the suburbs. We're going to go to an area primarily where other black people are located, and that would be a middle class area, right? In the middle class, you have black areas, and then you also have suburbs. For whatever reason, his mindset, he's like, oh yeah, they're automatically, just leaving the hood and going directly to the no, 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 no. That's not how that works. But again, this is what the type of logic that a lot of these people have that just now come over here. They don't know nothing about the history. They don't know nothing about the culture. They don't know nothing about the system, how it works now or how it worked previously. Or on top of that, how it works at this moment in time in order to benefit them. This is why I read off the first article that I read off, where it said that they themselves, the government under the Biden administration, allow them certain protections. If they came here and they got their work permits, right, they were also protected so that they could not get deported and so that they could still keep staying here and they can still decide to work, right? But he's making it seem like they're just coming over here, getting it directly from the mud. They're getting it directly from the ground. They're not getting no handouts. They're not getting no help. But yet during 2024 and 2023, I was specifically showing y'all how a lot of them were getting government assistance. I was showing you how a lot of them, or in some places, these people were getting sheltered, and the government was asking residents to do it. Other states were handing them over thousands of dollars on cards of which the government was not keeping track of. They could just freely debit that card, however it was, and they just told them to spend the money wisely. They would never do that for American citizens. They would never give us thousands of dollars on a government issue card and tell us just make sure you spend it. They would never do that. They are going to manage every single red cent that is there and make sure to check off every single thing that you bought with it. And if you bought something that they did not want you to buy, they're going to sit up there and implement that in the next rulings when the benefits go out in the next month or two. But when it deals with his people, that's not the type of rules that they have to abide by. They don't have issues in getting home loans. They don't have issues getting business loans. This is why you happen to see a lot of Mexican taco trucks and things of that nature. This is why it's easy for them to get homes quicker than you would see a lot of other black Americans who've been working, who've been doing what it is that they need to do, some of which have gone to college for a ridiculous amount of years only to end up in debt so that they could finally be, quote unquote, the American citizen, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, doing the right things, and to all get turned down from being able to get a home loan or even a loan from starting up a business, and then still having to figure out to pay a way to pay off that debt, still having to figure out, okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to get an apartment, and I guess that apartment we're going to have to, have, multiple people in here in order to, in a sense, make it work. Because going to college just didn't do it. Having that degree and everything just didn't do it. It didn't make life easier. It made life a lot harder. And then that's not even to mention the fact that a lot of them don't even happen to specifically get the jobs when it pertains to that field, which is ridiculous. And then he wanted to go to the other extent of trying to say that, oh well, black Americans, all they care about is, EBT, government assistance, government assistance. I'm like, where do you get your information from? Where realistically, as a person who did not grow up here, who was not from here, you don't know anything about black Americans, where statistically speaking are you getting any of your information from when you want to specify about government assistance? Because we could talk about California, and I can tell you that black people are not the main people in California on government assistance taking up all of that. Matter of fact, I think I might actually have a video somewhere around there dealing with that, as a matter of fact, because like I said before, that's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy, knowing the fact that this is the viewpoint that a lot of people that are outside of America just coming in, this is how they just so happen to view black people. This is how they want to lump in black Americans. They want to paint, others want to paint themselves off as, oh, hardworking, they're workers, this is that and the third. But I'm like, realistically, just being honest, like I say to a lot of the Africans that come directly over here, if you are so hardworking, you don't bother anybody, you just do what it is that you need to do, right? Why didn't you do that where specifically it is that you're from? Because I would think that if you have a group of people that are like you, that come from the culture, that have the beliefs, that love the nation, that speak the language, I would think that you want to build up your nation first before you come and contribute to anybody else's. The same thing to this guy here, but he wanted to say that, oh, well, give excuses. You're like, well, no running water, the electricity is going out here and there and all this other type of stuff, better opportunities. Well, how come you just didn't make better opportunities where it is that you were? Because black Americans, no matter what it is that they had to go through in the United States, had to find some type of way to make better opportunities. We might have had to build our own hospitals. We had to build our own banks. We had to build our own homes. We had to build our own towns, own cities. Historically, this is what we did in a place that they didn't want us to actually succeed. They didn't want us to thrive and survive. This is what we did with the little bit that we were given. So it's a little bit confusing to me when I see other people directly out here want to speak negatively about black Americans and trying to make themselves to be, this almighty being that's just going to, pull it from the mud. That's BS. The government has helped you just like the government has helped out the Cubans back during the 50s and the 60s. And I might even want to add the 40s. I would have to go back and look at my book, but I also did a live stream about that too. How Cuban immigrants, all three waves, got assistance from the United States government. They got all types of funding. They even got vouchers for stays at hotels, which were segregated during the time. So not only were Cuban migrants able to come directly over the sea to American shores and find some type of prosperity and equality, they were also allowed on these segregated areas of which black people weren't. They were in the hotels, they were in the restaurants, all of this. But you know what took place? Why it is that the Anglo-Floridians had a problem with the Cubans? That was because the Cubans started basically working amongst themselves, building amongst themselves. They didn't want to bring all of their, newfound money that they were getting from the government and also circulating within their own communities. They didn't want to give that directly to the others directly out there. And I also want to note that the government also helped Cubans get their businesses with their storefronts and everything else like that. Black Americans didn't get any of that. They didn't have any of that type of help. Like I said before, everybody else that is not Black American can come to this country and get all of this benefits, all of this help. And then they turn around and want to look at Black Americans like, oh, you guys are lazy. You guys don't want to do this. You guys don't want to do that. You guys don't understand the opportunities that you have. You guys are always asking for handouts. It's easy to say that we're asking for something when they're literally giving it to you as soon as you step foot here. That's crazy work. That's 100% crazy work to sit up there and do something like that. But like I said before, you got people like him that want to roll up on TikTok and they want to make all these videos talking about Black Americans like this. This is why I do not feel sorry for a lot of things that are taking place at this moment in time because, hey, a lot of people voted for it, including his people. Some of which who are here, quote unquote, legally, they're getting deported. Uh-oh. But let's continue.
Voted for Trump that we're not talking about is because they wanted to punish women. They wanted to punish liberated women. They come to this country and a lot of them are extremely resentful of the fact that they have to answer to women. And this is something that we don't really talk about, right? But it's something I've experienced a lot, especially from like South American men. I know that a lot of Americans still don't want to believe that Latinos are white, but I want you to ask yourself two questions. Who colonized Latin America and where did those colonizers go? Okay, so they might not be what you consider to be white, as in white American, but they are a flavor of white, all right? The same way that Europeans don't view Americans the same as them, the same way that there are different factions even within America when it comes to like Italians and Irish people and Jewish people and just, WASPs and stuff like that. They are white, and you have to kind of let that get into your head, okay? So they come to this countries that are extremely male-centered, patriarchal countries where women are not in any way, shape, or form empowered the way that they are here. And they have to answer to women. And not only that, they have to answer to Black women. And they hate that. They hate that, okay? So they wanted to humble you. That's what they did. While you're fighting for their rights, while you're fighting for them to get in here, they're humbling you. The women too, because a lot of Latina women, and if you know Latina women, you're going to know what I'm talking about, especially the most conservative ones. They're doing their dirt. They're doing all this stuff, but they hide it from their families. They keep it quiet. They take advantage of all the freedom they have here, and then they go back and pretend that they're, la niña buena, the little good girl. But at the end of the day, they're resentful of the fact that they can't be as free as a lot of women who openly go against the social norms of the patriarchy. And so they want to punish you. They want to humble you. The women that I know that voted for this man or that didn't vote are not women that I would consider to be women who would push back against the status quo. They're not. They're not women that openly speak up about women's rights. They're not women that do that. They only care about themselves. And there is a level of resentment within them to see other women that are not held back by the same things that they're held back because they're male-censored and they don't want to lose that approval. As a Latina that has always been open since I was a young girl, before I understood what feminism was, I've always spoken my mind.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me catch you real quick. You said hate on Latinos all you want. Cheer for them to be deported. You black folks will be next. You'll see. You are such a clown. I don't even know, where did you even come from? Who are you with? Where did you even come from? Did you even listen to anything? This is the thing, right? This is the funniest thing, how a lot of people want to magically transform into some type of victims. So because I'm highlighting what is taking place in the news at this moment in time, I'm highlighting this also by way of seeing a lot of people of the Latin American area who have come here to the United States, make videos countless times throughout the years, especially under the Biden administration, wanted to come through and talk about Black Americans. They wanted to say all of the negative and horrendous things. They wanted to use all of these slurs. They want to come directly to Black areas and yada, 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 all this other type of good stuff. So because I'm highlighting this and I'm talking about it, you find it as though it's gloating. Where am I gloating? But also your ignorance is also showing, because you feel that because I'm doing these videos, automatically I should regret it because this is going to happen to Black America. I want you to know this. Before any of you guys were put on a chopping block, Black Americans were always first, and we will still be first. I just want you to realize that. Just want you to realize that. The reason that you got civil rights and all of these other types of things that have transpired in the United States is because of Black Americans. Just want you to know that. So it doesn't matter if you're from South America. It doesn't matter if it's Mexico. It doesn't matter if you're Asian. It doesn't matter if you are coming from somewhere in Europe. It doesn't matter if you're indigenous to Australia. It doesn't matter if you're African. It doesn't matter if you're from the islands. The only reason that you guys are here are because of Black Americans. Y'all need to learn how to put some respect anytime that y'all want to sit up there and speak on us at all. Y'all keep trying to play this fear mongering. Oh, you guys are next. You guys are next. We were always on the block. You guys are now just getting your turn on the wheel. That's all it is. And you don't like it. You're receiving a little bit. It's not even a percentage of what Black Americans have historically have had to face. Not even a percentage. And y'all are just sitting up here freaking out. Oh, you guys are gloating. You guys are cheering. You guys are happy. But just wait and see. It's going to happen to you guys next. I need you to actually look up some history. Go read some books. Go look at the amount of towns and cities that Black Americans have literally created from the ground up, from the mud, as you guys like to say, and look at how America has burned those down. Look at how it is that they originally, for our people, tore apart our families in a multitude of ways. Went after our families, chased them down, hunted them down historically, what they used them for. All types of bait for other animals. How it is that they disassembled them. How it is that they conducted psychological warfare from then and still to this day. And you got the nerve to try to roll up here and play victim. Word. I want you to know that Black Americans never asked for any of this to take place, at least specifically when it deals with us historically. And we've always stated that the same things that have happened to us, we don't want that to happen to other people. But I'm going to sit up here and state to you right now that at this moment in time, we technically don't care, because we tried to warn you. We tried to sit up there and direct you. We tried to sit up there and tell you. Even as I'm doing this video right now, I have somebody of your own culture trying to specifically state and give information on why it is that your people voted specifically for Trump. And you want to roll up here and try to play victim. And you want to try to somehow make Black Americans the perpetrators when realistically we are not at fault for anything that's taking place. Didn't Trump sit up there and tell y'all that he overwhelmingly got y'all to vote for him? Overwhelmingly. Both Hispanic men and women. And then you want to sit up here and try to turn this and flip this on Black Americans. It's like I said, a lot of people don't know how to take accountability and responsibility for their own actions and decisions. And when they can't do that, where does that leave them? Right back to me, right back to Black Americans. And here we are. But y'all the main ones, just like what white folks want to say that, oh, Black Americans, you guys are always trying to play victim. Stop being victims. Pull yourselves up by your bootstrap. I need you to do the same thing. If you want to really have an issue with somebody, go have an issue with your own people who voted for him. And also go have an issue with the white folks who you sided by because you thought that you were honorary because you fought so hard back in the 1940s to be considered Caucasian and white. But like I said, this is where ignorance leads you when you don't even know about your own history and your forefathers. Well, let's continue. Clown.
When I tell you the amount of pushback I've gotten, I've been called masculine. I've been told that no one would ever marry me because I'm not submissive enough. I've been told so much crap. I've been told that I'm too liberated. I've been told that I'm a man hater. I've been told that I'm a know-it-all. I get told all kinds of crap by Latinas that are supposedly liberated, by Latinas that you would think they wouldn't be anti-feminist. Okay, so you have to understand that it isn't just about racism. It's about feminism. It's about humbling us. It's about putting us in our place. So from here on out, the next 4 years, if you were already like becoming, an opinionated woman, if you were already being intense, or if you were on the fence about it, I want the next 4 years for you to be a raging feminist. I want you to be repulsive to these people. I want you to be a problem. I want you to rub it in their face. And I want you to stop fighting for the rights of people that come to this country and want to limit your rights, because we barely gained our own rights. We barely gained our own rights. And the people that we've been helping came here and decided that they didn't want to see us liberated, that they want to see us the same way that the women in their countries are. And I'm not just talking about the men, I'm talking about the women too. They're pick-me's. A lot of them are pick-me's. So yeah, think about that, because moving forward, I know I'm not an anti-immigration person, but I've been seeing this coming down the pipe for a long time because of the amount of people that we've been letting in here. I was like nervous for years because I'm like, this is definitely going to flip the country red. This is definitely going to flip the country red. And again, I'm not anti-immigration, but I want you to use your noggin, okay? France doesn't have birthright citizenship. Haiti doesn't have birthright citizenship. The minute Trump got elected, Canada closed its doors. We don't have to be anti-immigration, but we need to have some standards, because we barely got rights and now we're losing them to people who came from their country and now they're turning it into what they came from. Think of all the people that are behind this. Undocumented immigrants that got elected, that got naturalized.
Hold up. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Because right now it's like I'm just not going to have like a filter for anything. Who you talking to? Because I know you can't be talking to me. I know you can't. I know you clowns can't sit up here and be rolling up in a live stream that nobody told you to come to, that you decided to be here with. Nobody's forcing you, and you decide to sit up there and get offended. So because you're getting offended and can't handle information here, you want to now be like everybody else and be like, oh, but you guys are having platforms dedicated towards Browns. You guys are racist. How? Let me know how I'm racist. Dissect that for me. Let me know how it is that I, as a black man, can sit up there and hold you back, because I'm guessing that you're brown. I'm guessing that you're from South America, whatnot, whatever. Better get, let's do it like this, right? I'm racist, right? This is what you want to say. This is in your comment, right? If I was racist, I would actually get rid of anybody else that is not of me directly from this chat. And the views are more than likely considerably drop. If I was actually so racist, I wouldn't have covered so many different stories from different ethnicities, religions, all the other type of stuff from around the world from, all the years that I've been doing this. Wouldn't have done that. Right? But yet you want to try to state that I'm racist, but yet you don't want to talk about how Mexican people are racist against the darker complected Mexicans. Both colorist and racist. Because anytime people think about Mexicans, they're thinking about the lightest ones. Nobody's thinking about the darkest ones there, and they have a quite considerably large population there. But for whatever reason, that stays hidden. Just like the same thing as South America, where they tried to whitewash the country, right? Because they wanted to get rid of all of that melanin there. They wanted to, make it seem purer, make it seem nicer. But you want to talk about I'm racist as if I can sit up there and hold you back, as if I can stop you from getting a home or a loan and all of these other things. It's funny how people want to directly try to state that Black Americans are racist, but they won't direct that towards the people who literally run the power structure in the United States, which are also, by the way, the same people that you fought to be shoulder to shoulder and also be considered the same branding as, which is Caucasian and or white. Because your forefathers stated that if you are not considered any of those names, you call them anything else. Like if I call you Hispanic, Mexican, whatnot, whatever, that's considered a slur. Who does that? You ain't never seen Black Americans do that. And we've had more branding and name changes than anybody else on the face of this planet. And nobody questions why Black Americans have had so many face changes over the many hundreds of years, because it's not by our own doing. Because again, we don't have the power to, in a sense, do that. We just, deal with what it is that we call ourselves. It's the power structure. But you know what Black Americans have always done? They've done the work to go against the power structure. You know what many other people have not done, including you, my friend? You've never done anything to fight that power structure. You just abide by and you just sit there like everybody else said, oh, we just come here, we work, and we don't bother nobody. You're right, you're not going to bother nobody because you're going to fit in where you can get in. And also, if that means that you have to talk negatively about the Black community and Black Americans in order to get a little bit up, you're going to make sure to sit up there and do that in droves. But yet you're not going to call out your own content creators directly out there on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, or anywhere else that consistently make all of these negative stereotypes, use all of these negative wordings and slurs when they want to speak on Black Americans. You're not going to do that, though. But you're going to make sure to come here to me and try to state that I'm racist. Like I told people before, and I'm going to say it again, whatever you need me to be, whatever you envision me to be, I will be that so that you can sleep at night. So if you think or feel that I'm a racist, I will be that for you. Let's continue. Clown.
That citizenship, they voted for this. I know people who were going through programs like DACA. There was another program previously that Clinton had in place. They voted for this. A lot of these DACA recipients, as soon as they get citizenship, are likely going to vote for this. They're going to keep voting red. And we just keep letting them into the country. The New York City Council, do you know what they've been doing as New York has been flipping further and further red? As all of these little media organizations and blogs were on the streets asking Latinos who they voted for or who they would vote for if they weren't undocumented. I'm talking about people that are here right now undocumented that came here for asylum. They would ask them and they'd say, I would vote for Trump. I would vote for Trump. I'd vote for Trump. All over the country, people are seeing formerly undocumented people, currently undocumented people saying that either voted or they would vote for Trump. And the New York City Council over here was pushing for undocumented people to vote in local elections. An incredibly unpopular movement in the middle of this craziness that we have going on here, while the people that they're trying to help are actively working against us. We need to have higher standards for immigration. We can't just let people show up here without being educated, without making sure that they don't respect our rights, because we're going to keep losing them. People are envious. People have a crabs in the bucket mentality, and people hate women. They hate women, especially Latinos, especially a lot of these people from male-centered countries. All right. And we're just working against our own interests. Women need to have standards. We can't just support everyone. We have this mentality of like wanting everyone to be okay, and we'll screw ourselves over for that. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. And I know you might know a lot of people right now that they're scared and they're suffering and all this stuff and that they wouldn't vote red. But I want you to ask yourself this question. Do they openly speak up for women's rights? Do they openly speak up for Black people's rights? Or do they only care about their own situation? Because this is another thing about a lot of Latinos, even if they're left-leaning. They still want to be approved of by their family. So they're not going to vocally speak out for anything but themselves. They're not going to openly challenge the culture. They're not going to do it. And if they're not willing to do that, they are also a part of the problem. So if you're going to get into this country, you have to be the kind of person that openly fights for our rights. Not the kind of person that comes here and benefits from it, and then you want to shut up because you don't want to make your parents mad.
So let's go back to clown warfare. Clown set up there and said, "Y'all are the same and no better than the white man." Who are you talking to? You know, the funniest thing is, never at any point in time have I ever tried to bleach my skin, nor have I ever tried to cleanse my people so that they can become pure. That's something that they've done primarily in South America and many other countries, right? Historically speaking, that's what that government has tried to do. And then the funniest thing is knowing the fact, reflectively speaking wise, right? How Africa is a warm continent, how South America is a warm continent. Isn't it very funny how when you look at South America, you see a lot of lightly complected folks? Why is that? That doesn't even make any sense, because that's not naturally there. If you were to look at Africa, right, pretty much everybody there is dark. Anybody there who is light, obviously, is letting you know that they just got there. They weren't there for a very long time. They just got there over some centuries or some thousands of years. They weren't originally there. Because if you're living in a warm climate, if you're living in a warm area, your skin, your melanin is going to be reflective of that, because you're going to need that in order to be able to survive that warmth, that heat, those conditions. Those other people who are light don't have that. Same thing with South America. It's very interesting how every single time they want to showcase South America and all of these other areas, they want to show the lightest of the lightest, if not close to white. But you, my friend, want to sit up there and roll up and say that I'm the same as the white man. How is that? What power structure do I have to literally, cut you off at the knees? How can I literally at this moment in time actually deport you? Explain to me, how can I, as a black man, right, come to your home and take you out and send you back to wherever it is that you came from? Explain to me how it is that I can do that. What power structure do I have to enable that? And who do I have that will follow me to that extent in order to do that? Who? The most beautiful part that I love about this is how it is that every single time that Black Americans happen to speak up, you have individuals like this that want to roll up and pull up to the scene, and they want to state nonsensory like this. Right. So explain to me, because you feel that we should be the first ones deported. Tell me, where am I going back to? Let me know. Look on a map. Get on your phone, like I know that you're on, and point me to a location of where it is that I'm going. Since you seem to know me better than I know myself, tell me where I'm going. Let me know. Because, like I said, the amount of foolishness that you guys come through with, and the stuff that you want to say to Black Americans is crazy to me, because again, everything that y'all, like I said, I don't even know who you are. You could be a European pagan Christian for all I care, but for all intents and purposes, you too are an immigrant. You just got over here, way far back, right? Way far back. That's all it is. But anywho, the main thing is there's a lot of other people that should be leaving here way before any Black Americans. Because I'm just going to be honest with you. I guess, we would be going to a different state. What my grandmother was from the South. I guess I would get, deported back there, which is still in the United States. Like, are we serious? And then on top of that, you got other Black Americans like Officer Haku, or Brandon V. World, as he is now called at this moment in time, who happens to show up. He has traced his family back, I think, to like the 17th or the 1600s. So my friend, where is he going to get deported back to? If he traced his lineage in the United States back to the 17th or the 1600s, where is he getting deported back to? Like I said, the nonsensical foolishness that you guys like to state in these live streams and in these chats or wherever, it's crazy to me. It's like you guys just refuse to do any type of research on anything. You guys think that, okay, well, if this happens to these people, then obviously it should be happening to them. No, it shouldn't. Because if you want to actually be honest, 100%, the Earth is a warm planet. which means if it is a warm planet, a reflective to, let's say, other warm areas such as India, such as Africa, such as South America, such as Australia, if we're living on a warm planet, that would mean that originally people were actually quite dark. People had actually quite a bit of melanin, right? And anybody else that is light just got here. Just got here. Just saying. Just saying. It's crazy. It is 100% crazy. And again, going back to what this woman stated, she literally stated that the women of her own culture, because she is a Latin woman, her own women voted against their own best interests because they love the validation of men. And they don't want to see a woman that is outspoken, who is willing to speak her mind and speak up and defend herself. So, and then on top of that, it's also the fact that a lot of other women here, more so specifically black women, who are also very outspoken and they happen to do their own things. They have their freedoms, right? Some of which a lot of women in South America have never had, right? They never had any of those freedoms, any of those type of things. So a way to, in a sense, stick it to a lot of those women there, they'll be like, okay, no problem. We're going to take all of your freedoms away to make you just like us. And that's clear cut what this woman just explained. And people wonder why it is that you have certain rights and different things like that being taken away from women, because you have other women of other cultures coming into the United States deciding what is best for quote unquote the women who have been here in the United States. It's crazy how that works. It is crazy how that works. It's diabolical work. But let's continue.
You was safe hiding out in Puerto Rico. Guess who shows up? ICE. And they're there for the me no black community, aka Dominicans. And I don't feel bad, because if you know anything about the history of the Dominican Republic, they tried to cleanse their island 2 times of black people. Back in the early 1900s, the 30s, they had this thing called the Parsley Massacre, where if you couldn't roll your tongue because it's a double R, you have to roll your tongue to say that word, they cutting you down with machetes. And they did this because it was difficult for the Haitians to roll their R when speaking Spanish, like the double R sound, because they have their own language. And the DR also used their military to deport Haitians back to their country. And don't try to use birthrights over there, because they not having it. And not only that, the Dominican Republic, they aspire to be like Argentina. They want an all-white country, just like Argentina. If I was y'all talk about boycotting, I wouldn't even go support the DR. All right, have a good one.
Hold on. Who are you talking to? Who? I just need to take your time. Who are you talking to? Because it seems like a lot of y'all popping up in here at this moment in time, wanting to try to state that, at least me, being Black American, that I'm racist somehow. Like, it's the craziest thing. The 2 main groups that I've always gotten this from, right? Let me also let me highlight something real quick. Hold on, because I wasn't able to, I'm still working my way up. Who's up here? Let me see. Can I actually pull your, what's the name up here? I cannot. Hold on, I got you. But let me just highlight this real quick. This is, like I said, this is the craziest thing. The 3 main groups that I've heard ever, in a sense, call me racist for talking about stories and highlighting things in the news. Number 1, white people. 2nd, Asian. 3rd, Latin. And I'm like, this is diabolical work. So because I talk about these stories, I bring these stories up, and then I also showcase certain other things, either from books or whatnot, or whatever that I've read. Somehow, some way, racist. This is crazy work. This is 100% crazy work directly out here. This is diabolical. Now, again, like I said, I was asking who, but pretty much my filter is directly off, so I'm pretty much going to be just attacking at this moment in time. Patience is a little bit thin at this moment in time. I might need a Snickers. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what? Wait, let me see if I can. Let me just see something real quick. So okay, so you're saying it's anti-brownness, right? Me covering this is anti-brownness. This is the exact same thing that white people would sit up there and tell me when I was covering the main demographic, the highest of the population. I was covering a lot of those crimes. I was covering a lot of things that were taking place in their communities, both covering those things and also informing them of the people that are directly out there that may potentially be a problem for their community if they are released or have never been caught. And you know what I got? The exact same thing that you're saying right here, right? You're saying because I'm talking about this, I'm doing anti-brownness. What even is that? Like it's the craziest thing how you got two groups that have used this and now everybody else wants to like take hold and they want to start using it as well. And then let me see what you said. You said it's the constant comparison between the race made by you and all the other channels, just like this one. Race baiters getting paid off of people who want to feel empowered by your hate. You do realize that as a black content creator, I have covered a lot of stories dealing with the black community on top of a lot of live streams. Oh, but you're too stupid to do any type of research. So again, your ignorance is showing. Then on top of that, I also went over statistics. I also added myself within a lot of these conversations coming from Detroit on the West Side, born and raised, being a statistic, but yet you're too stupid and dumb to actually do your research. So you want to come here and act as if you have some type of actual point when realistically you don't. You just want to find a way to try to call somebody black racist. So I guess if I'm doing the exact same thing that I'm doing here and a multitude of other videos dealing with black Americans not doing the right things, I guess I would be considered racist too, right? Funny enough, as the fourth group that have actually done that, I've actually had few far in between black Americans come through and try to say that I'm racist as a black American because I'm speaking out against my own and trying to correct things and this that and the third. So like I said before, I guess I'm racist then. I guess I'm racist to everybody equally. Shout out to Charleston White. Shout out to Charleston White. I guess I am equally racist to everybody, right? Because for whatever reason, during these live streams, y'all want to pop up. But if I'm hollering and yelling directly at the black community to do this and do that, oh, I don't see none of y'all rolling up here. I don't see none of y'all pulling up to try to defend black people. Oh, it's not all black people. Why you got to speak on black people like that? And that y'all ain't trying to do none of that. Y'all ain't trying to say, oh, this is anti-blackness. You're some type of racist colorist and da 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 da. You're trying to hold your own people down. Y'all don't be trying to say none of that because again, y'all don't care about black people. The only time that y'all want to pipe up is when things are hitting a little bit too close to the chest. Things are getting a little bit too close to home. And the same thing I'm always going to sit up there and tell y'all, hey, we tried to warn y'all. We tried to sit up there and tell y'all. And the funniest thing is the main people that I have in these videos are from the Latin community that are specifically speaking on these things. But magically, I am anti-brown. Again, a term I've never heard before ever in my life. It sounds completely crazy. It sounds the exact same way when white people want to try to say, oh, you guys are blackwashing. There is no such thing. No such thing. But yet people want to make up terminologies. But yet all the time you guys want to pull up to the scene and y'all want to make black Americans out to be the ones that are trying to be victims. What are y'all doing directly in this comment during this live stream? Pulling up to be victims. Like, oh, you're anti-brown. This is racism. This is that. Wow, sounds like some victims we got in the chat right now. It's crazy. Victims just crying everywhere, making themselves victims. I thought, didn't the first guy just sit up there and tell us that, you know, y'all just come here, y'all just work and don't bother nobody, yada, 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 all this other type of good stuff. Isn't that what y'all just said? So how do y'all go from being hard workers and all of these busybodies to now being victims? I thought that was the job of black Americans. I thought only black Americans out of the face of this continent, out of the face of this great country, I thought we were the only ones that portray ourselves as victims because we don't want to sit up there and do anything. We want to blame everything on everybody else, but take the initiative to fix our own things. I thought that's what everybody said. I guess I was wrong. And you're telling people not to time you out. Word. There you go again, comparing. But you see any platforms out there that are brown and anti-black as openly as this chat and this channel? Actually, if you want to be correct, I'm on 2 channels. Genius. I'm actually streaming to 2 channels at the same time, so you might want to throw an S directly on there. Again, showing how you don't do any type of research when you decide that you want to pipe up and speak directly on this channel and this platform, specifically about me, or specifically about Black Americans. And yes, I can sit up there and list quite a few channels. People actually have some podcasts of which I have covered before directly on this platform, because people wanted to talk reckless about Black Americans. But again, like I said before, the truth is out there. Shout out to the X-Files. And you will only find that truth if you decide that you want to dig far enough to actually go find it. But obviously you don't. So you happen upon the first Black American live stream that you can find, and you see the title, you see the videos, and you're like, racist. I found you guys. Yes. See, this is proof that Black Americans are racist and da-da-da-da. You guys are the same as the white man. Yeah. I guess. I guess it is hilarious. You said let's go back to this shit. Your racism is a construct, so I'm a Green Lantern now. I can just build things directly out of light, just like with my mind, and they're here in reality. All right, I got you. Your racism is a construct. Okay, so I got a building, and it's meant to disguise the root of hate. Okay, so explain to me as a Black American, out of all of the content, out of all of the thousands of videos that I do, explain how it is that I'm guess you are Latin, Hispanic, however you want to categorize yourself, right? So explain to me how I hate you. Take your time. Explain to me specifically how I, as a Black American male that is live in the flesh talking to you during a live stream, explain to me how it is that I hate you. I don't know you. I don't know where you came from. I didn't even know you existed up until you let me know that you existed in this live stream. So, I mean, but take your time though. I'm pretty sure that you can break it down and point out how specifically I hate you. I'm not trying to hear a generalization, but like, oh well, I'm not saying specifically me. I'm talking about all the no. How is it? Because you said, right, that racism is a construct, right? So I have this building full of hate and racism against you. Let me know and prove to me how it is that I hate specifically you. Let me know. Take your time as I go through these comments. It's crazy work out here, guys. Crazy work. Chris Mo said, notice these brown folks are never over in the white nationalist chat comment section defending themselves, but they make it over here though. Yeah, everybody tends to make it over here. For whatever reason, everybody tends to show up whenever it deals with Black Americans. They want to just so happen to pull up to the scene, and they want to try to, tell us what it needs to be. Like I said, I'm just calling out a race baiter who gets paid off of this, like Tariq Nasheed. Oh, so now I understand. So either you're an immigrant or you're a tether. You're either a tether or an immigrant. Now, because you're clearly, just using whatever image up there, we don't know what you are. You could be anything. You could be talking from some other country, just trying to cause some type of chaos and diversion. Because again, we're dealing with the internet. So you can be anybody that you want to be. I know who it is that I am. A lot of the people that have been here on this platform know who it is that I am and also see me. But we don't know who it is that you are. So you're just up here talking and running your mouth and trying to throw out some dog whistles to, try to, get some people to roll through and all this other. Like I said, it's the exact same tactic I done seen y'all pull for the longest time in the earlier times or parts of the internet. And it's crazy work. It's like y'all still haven't figured out anything else new. And then on top of that, the funniest thing is you follow Tariq so much that every single time you look at somebody black talking, you see him. You think about him. Maybe, you might, dare I say, you might have a love interest in Tariq Nasheed because you're obviously bringing him up, even though you're clearly telling us that you have a dislike directly for him and his content, but he is directly on your mind. And he's the first person that you brought up. You must like and watch a lot of his content. You must follow him on X. You must maybe even watch some of the stuff on TikTok, on IG, on YouTube. You must be following that dude a lot for him to be the first name, the first black man that you decide to bring up on another channel. That's some crazy work. Wow. I feel as though that you're directing this energy at the wrong person. I feel as though that you're coming here because you're getting attention, and more than likely Tariq is never give you attention whenever it is that you've gone to his platform, because he gets inundated with so many people throughout his chat. So because you can't get any attention there, you decide to try to go through some other black platforms, and then you want to pull up and do this. Oh man, it's crazy. It is crazy. Diabolical work. Let me see. Spain, Portugal, Helene. I'm trying to actually make it through to the bottom of the comments here, trying to catch some of the people. I'm going to have to actually pull back up. Let me see. Much love and appreciation. Let me just highlight this real quick. Much love and appreciation to Mecca. Said, we've been next. The Jim Crow and the Jane Crow community keeps their foot on our necks. The Black American community. The Jim and Jane Crow community has zero tolerance for the Black American community. Much love, respect, and appreciation to the $20 dono from Mecca, and much love and respect for your comment. And that is 100% true. And this is what they have always done. And because they've always done it, you have other people that are immigrants that'll come directly to the United States and think that that is their way to get, quote unquote, a leg up over the competition, which will be Black Americans. So they happen to do a variety of things directly out there, on top of putting their noses up and looking down at Black Americans, even though Black Americans are the ones, the original ones, of why it is that they're able to come here in the first place and have the freedoms and do the things that they're able to do. If it wasn't for our blood, sweat, and tears, all of our hard work and dedication to help build this country, guess what? Everybody else wouldn't be here. Everybody else wouldn't be here. But magically, because of what we did, everybody want to try to lay claim to, oh, we built this, we built that, we did this, we did that. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. All right. I guess people don't understand how Wall Street was created. I guess people do not understand how Wall Street was created. Let me try to scroll down here. There was somebody else. Let me see. Then we got another dono from Mecca, the $10 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Said the Jim and Jane Crow communities are the original colonizers and illegal immigrants in this so-called greatest country in the world. Facts. 100%. That is 100%. A lot of these people are only originators when it deals with the Caucasus Mountains, right? Pretty much every land here had indigenous original people that had melanin, but for whatever reason, people want to make it seem like, yeah, everywhere else around the world had people but America, right? And then America was just like a blank slate. Christopher Columbus, the Europeans, they were like, yeah, America was a blank slate. But then people want to sit up there and say the Native Americans. But then when you look up the definition for Native Americans, they talk about copper complected, which is melanated individuals. But when you look at the Indians that you see at this moment in time, that is not reflective of that definition. The Indians, color-wise, are more reflective of those of the Europeans. And then this also brings into account the Dawes Rolls, where Europeans were, quote unquote, paid in order to be considered a part of a native nation, which is crazy. And they're still doing this to this date. And I even went over a video on how a quote unquote true American here, who is a contractor, got over 300 million in contracts. 300 million directly from the government. I'm like, yo, how was he able to sit up there and do that? It was like, and it was because he was able to claim some type of Native American heritage, but yet when he was questioned and he was asked to show any of this documentation, he couldn't show it. But it's funny how that tends to work for everybody else that's not black. But when black people can literally show pictures and we have stories, I'm talking about, because the one Native American guy wanted to say like, oh, we only became a Native American when TikTok showed up. Again, other people that show lack of research when it deals with black Americans and how it is that they were here, how it is that, like I said, it's just, it makes no sense. But long story short, everybody else can be considered native, even though we know that they aren't, except for black Americans. Why is that? Africans will sit up there and say that black Americans are African only when it deals with positive things. Correct? When it deals with anything negative, ain't nobody African trying to sit up there and claim black Americans or black American culture. Correct? Europeans can come directly over here, find some type of way to say that they got Native American ancestry, and they can just start receiving money that the natives normally will receive on top of government assistance, on top of the fact that those Europeans can come directly over here and also hide assets. But yet everybody has a problem with black Americans. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. But much love, respect, and appreciation to Mecca for the $10 dono again. It is the truth said. Why is your voice going in and out? It's probably because I'm moving in front of a mic. So, you know, when I talk, I happen to, you know, move around a little bit. You know, so that's why, you know, my voice is going, you know, directly in and out. Like I said, and again, like some people said in the comments, anti-brownness, never heard of it. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. This is something brand new to me. I ain't never seen before in my life. Let me see. And again, I'm going to state this again. If people just so happen to leave black Americans alone, we're left to our own devices, we'll be good. We'll be sufficient. Don't nobody got to worry about nothing. We don't even have to have no conversations with nobody. But no matter what we do, no matter what we create for ourselves, you got people always rolling up, always pulling up to the scene. And it's crazy to me. And like somebody else said, they always want to talk loud on the internet, but when black Americans are out there in the street, they ain't talking that loud. They're not that boisterous. They don't want to sit up there and say this and that, like the one comment that I showcased to y'all earlier about a dude trying to say that I'm racist. Crazy. Diabolical work. Man said, anti-brownness. I ain't never in my life. Y'all just be coming up with anything. You said, why are they even in the chat? I can't, because they don't get attention from nobody else. That's all it is. They do not get attention from nobody else. And because they can't get no attention from nobody else, where does that leave them? Right back to me. And that's why I said before, I'm not like everybody, all the other content creators. I will give you attention, and I will let you know how foolish you are and how stupid you are. And I will highlight that comment 100%. And that will be up here as long as these videos are directly up there. And even if these videos ain't up there, I'll sit up there and have backup. So it'll still live on. I love it. I love it so much. Like I said, I love all of these comments. I hate nobody. I love everybody. I love everybody, you know. Silver said, just block them. No. I have no problems. Bring all the hate. If you feel that your favorite content creator that you love to hate doesn't give you enough attention, please, I will be your father and give you all of the love and attention that you need and desire. I will give you that validation. Bring all of that, your families, your friends, and your views here. I will make sure to do that every single time I have a live stream. I got you. No problem. Oh, man. This is hilarious. Chris M said, what's the other channel? Same name. SEIJIHITO. And you got SEIJIHITO, the second coming. Both are live streaming at this moment and time. We are here. Miss Real Talk, what is up? What is up? What is up? Also, shout out and much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all mods that are currently here at this moment in time. Stormy said, check the link channels. That is true. That is true. Question for all the people in the chat who feel that way. How being black and talking about black issues is racist or anything that sounds funny to me. Yo, New Era, what is up? What is up? What is up? It comes with the territory. You know, it comes with the territory. If you want to sit up there and talk about your own people, you're not going to get a lot of views, right? People aren't going to just so happen to, you know, listen and tune in and all these other types of things and yada, yada, yada. That just is what it is, right? So you can do the video, you can put it directly out there, and then you just move on to the next topic, next topic, next topic, next topic, and so on and so on and so on. Sooner or later, you know, people will you know, wake up and then they'll, you know, start wanting to, you know, hear about it. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I get through all of the comments at this moment in time before I roll through to the next video. Let me see. Just trying to check to see if we got any other nonsense directly here. I don't think we do. So on to the next video.
It's always white Latinos denying this, right? Like they'll always deny that racism exists in the community and they'll deny that they're white, right? But here's the thing. I'm not saying that you're white like Americans. You're not white like American whites. You are your own brand of white, all right? There are hierarchies within whiteness. There are European whites, there's Eastern European whites and there's Western European whites. Don't confuse the two because the Western ones feel superior to the Eastern ones. And even if you're in the West, if you're Irish, you're not the same as a British white, okay? And then you come to the United States and Europeans don't consider themselves the same as American whites. But then we have WASP, we have Jews, we have Italians, which, you know, they're either white or they're not. Depends on if they're from Sicily or whatever the case is. We have a whole hierarchy over here of white people. And then let's not get into hair color because that's another conversation. If you're blonde, if you have mousy brown hair, white people have their hierarchies of whiteness. So Latinos are, a lot of Latinos, not all, but a lot of Latinos are actually white. A lot of them are Latinos that came from colonization. Their families were the oppressors. And look at all these Cubans that are over here. Those were the people that were owning the plantations. Those were the people that were oppressing everyone else. And they ran over here. They're white, honey. They're white. And they vote like they're white and they act like they're white. Okay? And the thing is that Latinos, what they did to maintain their whiteness oftentimes was that they inbred within the family. They married their cousins. That's why a lot of Latinos have the same last name twice. And a lot of them, to this day, I meet people who are still married to the freaking first cousin. Are you kidding me? Y'all don't want us to talk about it. I remember when my aunt first told me, like I had heard it before, but I remember when my aunt first told me and my mom shut her down real quick. She didn't want me to hear that. She didn't want me to know that. My family's white. I have white Latinos in my family. I remember when I did my ancestry, my mind was blown. I was shook. Because first of all, I didn't expect to have all the white I had in me. I have like mostly Portuguese and Spanish. And then I have a bunch of African and I have indigenous. But I was shocked. I was shocked. And then I started finding pictures of my ancestors and I was like, these people are white. They're white. All right. I showed it to my colleague and she was like, that looks like my family. She's white. She's like 99% Ashkenazi Jew. She was like, that looks like my mom. I was shooketh. From now on, I don't care how you guys feel about it. You are white, okay? And we need to start making this differentiation because you don't get to hide behind being mixed when it suits you. You don't get to. And then you get to keep all of your slurs and your mestizaje, mejorando la raza and all that nonsense, all right? You're white.
So we heard that, right? We heard everything that she stated. So for any of the clowns sitting in the background that's just waiting and they think that they're going to say something else, I had to run downstairs real quick and get a book. This is something that I read from before. So just in case people don't want to believe the you know, anything that I'm saying, you can go look up a book called An American History Cuba, right? Listen to this one part. Living in Miami years later, a former police officer remembered how people showed up to a station asking for permission to leave. Few had proof of anything. So he just let the bad ones leave. Years later, more familiar with such concepts of implicit bias, he was evasive on how exactly he made those decisions. Sometimes people went to police and pretended to be gay. Let me repeat that one more time. And this is specifically talking about the Cubans that came directly over here, right? Sometimes people went to the police station, pretend to be gay, which also served as a reason for the granting of an exit visa. In fact, many Cuban gays left during the boat lift. Among them, the renowned Cuban writer Ronaldo Arenas. At the police station, an officer asked if he was homosexual. When he answered in the affirmative, he was asked to elaborate. Was he active or passive? Having heard the responding active could be grounds for denial. He answered passive. The officer also made him walk in front of him. I passed the test, quote unquote, he recalled. He left aboard the Sant Lazario on May 4th, 10 years later, after dying from AIDS in New York. So you had your own people in order to go to and from and do all of these many things. They would go to the extent of also claiming to be homosexual. Because again, as which was stated in the first article, you had a lot of people who are Cuban that were allowed entry into the United States if it dealt with specific, political or different, things dealing with the government. And I'm pretty sure that would be one of those things that would allow them entry into the United States, right? Because they would, go through persecution and all of those other types of things versus the United States. You wouldn't be so much persecuted. The United States is like, all right, whatever, it is what it is. Just, make sure you do what it is that you're supposed to do. Right? Crazy work. It's crazy work out here. But people want to sit up there and say I'm talking about hate. Let me see. See, what do I also want to sit up there and give you guys? So let's go to another one. However small those numbers, observers were correct that the Morel exodus was unlike the earlier waves of immigration from revolutionary Cuba. This wave of refugees was neither overwhelmingly white nor mostly upper or middle class as the first wave had been. It was not overwhelmingly white female in age as the Freedom Flight wave was. The new Cuban exodus was poorer than any that had come before. It was also blacker, between 15 and 40% Afro-Cuban, compared to just 3% among Cubans who have arrived between 1959 and 1973. One former resident of Little Havana later recalled one way in which the Morel exodus recalibrated his sense of self and place. Quote, we had invented a Cuba in which everyone was white. Let me repeat that again. We had invented a Cuba in which everyone was white. When the, Merelitos came, we were forcibly reminded that Cuba is not a white island, but largely a black one. The new arrivals were simply put a cross-section of Cuba society. Interesting how that works. It's interesting how that works. But like I said before, I can happen to read off this information directly from a book, which is historical facts. And you'll still have people sitting in the background trying to say that, oh, this is anti-brownness, this is racist. You've constructed this foundation and this platform to masquerade and hide your anti-brownness and your racism, to just throw it directly out there. How many other platforms do you see that are both brown and anti-blackness? There's a lot directly out there if you look for them, but you decide that you don't want to look for them, so you come directly here. But it's crazy how how the majority of the population of Cuba looks, but the only ones that came directly over here first were the quote unquote passable, the white Cubans. And then when the next wave started coming, the white Cubans were like, whoa, what are y'all doing here? What are y'all not supposed to be here? This is a place for us. Because the white Cubans were trying to make sure to segregate themselves because they're both racist and colorist. But like I said before, when I list these things, people don't want to sit up there and hear it. People want to sit up there and say that I'm the one that has a problem. No, I don't. You might want to chalk that up with history. You might want to chalk that up with the people that came here before you, because those were the real racists there. Those were the real colorists there. Those were the ones that didn't like the image that they saw directly in the mirror. Those were the ones that thought that they were the purest and the brightest and the most intelligent out of their race because of the complexion of their skin. Those are the ones that wanted to make sure to segregate themselves from the darker parts or the segments of their culture. Those are the ones that were running away from their history, their truth, because they wanted to identify as something else, because they saw that something else as being greater than them. And that's the same thing that you have a lot of other people from South America doing at this moment in time. So when I sit up there and say that y'all spew a lot of this hatred and this actual anti-blackness when it deals with Black Americans here, I'm talking just that, because you've been doing it to your own people for the longest time possible, but yet you don't want to face those facts. You want to pour that directly on other people and make them responsible for your history. We don't got nothing to do with that. That's all you. That's all you. Crazy work out here. And also, happy Black History Month. happy Black History Month. Crazy work out here, guys. I think I might have some let me see. Did I have some other stuff highlighted in here? I might have. Because there's a lot of information in this book. Wasn't because I just saw the CIA just get mentioned directly in it. And that was what I was talking about earlier too. About the CIA was helping a lot of these Cubans with their storefronts. Let me see. So let's take it a little bit back, right? New America. By counting the number of people who fled it, in Cuba, a lot of people left. The first year, more than 25,000 did. Another 60,000 did the second. By the late 1960s, 1,500 Cubans were arriving in the United States every week. And by the late 1961, with the embassy in Havana already closed, an outstanding 1,200 people per working day were applying to the United States Immigration and Naturalization Services for entry. Between the start of the Cuban Revolution in January of 1959 and the missile crisis of October of 1962, nearly 250,000 people left. Other waves followed, some of them even more concentrated. Numbers, in the end, given quantitative credence to the qualitative impression, the Cuban Revolution was nothing if not intense. So like I said, y'all were leaving by boatloads directly out here. And these are historical facts. These are directly written in books. Again, I didn't write this history, but I'm going to read it though. It is crazy. So let's go to this, right? New Americas. Not everyone welcomed Cubans to Miami. Anglo-Miamians wrote letters to editors complaining about their new neighbors. Apartment buildings began posting signs that read, "No children, no pets, no Cubans." Merchants complained that Cubans only wanted to do business with other Cubans. Quote, "It's unbelievable how the Cubans could push out the Americans so quickly," one remarked. That phenomenon was limited to business. The garment sector labor force went from 94% to just 18% non-Hispanic white in less than 10 years. The difference due almost entirely to newly arrived Cubans. Perhaps no one felt as pushed out by the Cuban arrivals as abruptly as Black Miamians. Little Havana sat across the Miami River from Overtown, the city's historic Black neighborhood since the 1890s. Miami belonged to the Jim Crow South, and an African-American watched Cubans themselves there. They noted all kinds of contradictions. At a time and place in which racial segregation was rampant, they observed how almost all Cubans, often no matter their skin color, became white. Let me repeat that one more time. At the time and place in which racial segregation was rampant, they observed how almost all Cubans, often no matter their skin color, became white. Sometimes it happened at very moment of arrival. When they registered at refugee centers downtown, people received hotel vouchers. Let me repeat that again, because a lot of people feel that a lot of people who come directly from these other countries, that they don't get no assistance, they don't get no help. We're talking about the 1950s and 60s here, folks. They said when they registered at refugee centers downtown, people received hotel vouchers if they needed them. Almost all but the very darkest refugee received vouchers for white hotels. Miami beaches were just as segregated. Some were restricted to whites, others to blacks. Quote, but Cubans may use either beaches. And that was reported by Look magazine back in April of 1959. Cuban children, almost no matter their complexion, were allowed to go to white public schools, which were inadvertently better, had better resources than their black counterparts. In 1961, a local black minister speculated that African Americans in Miami could solve the problem of school segregation simply by teaching their children to speak only Spanish. Such observation aside, black leaders consistently empathized that their problem was not with the new arrivals. So again, you're hearing the fact that black people were being harmed by way of both living situations, jobs, and education by way of the new arrivals. But yet we were like, you know what? This ain't your fault. We're not trying to sit up there and fight with you. You're trying to survive the same way that we're trying to survive. Our fight is with the government, right? Black leaders consistently emphasized that their problem was not with the new arrivals themselves, but with the preferential treatment given to them by the government. As the head of Miami's Urban League insisted, quote, we're not angry at the Cubans, but at a system that will do more for outsiders than for its own citizens. So again, this is the same thing that black people still to this day have been trying to tell people. We're not angry at everybody else. We're angry at the system for how it is that they give everybody else preferential treatment versus what they do for us. And we've been here for so long, but yet we don't get nothing, right? We just get mistreated by everybody. But like I said, you got too many people directly, in the comment section sitting in the back that want to think otherwise. They want to think that, black people, you're anti-brown, you're racist, and all this other type of stuff, and yada, yada, yada. It's crazy work, but yet I'm reading history directly to you. Happy Black History Month. Another part, they said, accordingly, the Immigration and Naturalization Service gave Cubans temporary legal status. Then near the end of his term, Eisenhower established the Cuban Refugee Emergency Center to coordinate relief to Cuban arrivals. The program, renamed and expanded by Kennedy, gave Cubans access to all kinds of resources. Let me repeat that again. Accordingly, the Immigration and Naturalization Services gave Cubans temporary legal status. Then near the end of the term, Eisenhower established the Cuban Refugee Emergency Center to coordinate relief to Cuban arrivals. The program, renamed and expanded by Kennedy, gave Cubans access to all kinds of resources: work permits, job training, English classes, small business loans, subsidy child care, housing assistance, and job referral. So let's go back over that again, class. What were the Cubans getting way back in the day? Let's see. Work permits, job training, English classes, small loan, subsidy childcare, housing assistance, and job referrals. Look at all of that assistance that they were giving to people that just got here. And just imagine all of the hard work and dedication that Black Americans had to do just to try to get a little bit of something, just to make 25 cents, barely even $1 at a job per hour. But let's continue. Access to these benefits allow Cubans to work for lower wages than others, sometimes for as little as half the wage garnered by their Black counterparts. One report estimated that between 1959 and 1962, 12,000 African Americans lost jobs to Cubans. Color me surprised on that. I wonder why. Sometimes it was the United States government itself that gave the Cubans employment. In the early 1960s, the CIA, again, this is the government helping them out and causing issues and problems. In the early 1960s, the CIA had 12,000 Cubans on its payroll, making it one of the largest employers in the state of Florida. In fact, the CIA's largest station in the world outside of its headquarters in Langley, Virginia, was located in Miami. The agency also controlled more than 50 front businesses, a large number of them in Little Havana. These were CIA-owned, Cuban exile-run travel agencies, gun shops, real estate offices, and the like. Such ventures, quote, helped exiled hone their entrepreneurial skills and boosted them economically, though they did nothing to topple Castro. It was assistance from the United States, not only cultural capital or up by the bootstrap determination that made the early exiles golden. So again, for all of the people directly back there, we're reading history at this moment in time. So I want you guys to understand, if you ever have somebody that is not from the United States and they want to talk a whole bunch of madness, and they want to state how it is that black people they get all of the assistance, they want to play victim, they don't want to get anything for themselves, they don't want to build anything. I want y'all to realize and understand that a lot of these immigrants don't build anything. I just read off to you how the government, how both two presidents and the CIA helped out Cubans. Now somebody tell me where it is that black Americans received any of that type of assistance. They were getting hotel vouchers, no matter their skin complexion, to stay directly in segregated hotels. They were up there with the whites, and they were like, you know what? Any which hotel, any which beach that you want to go to, black or white, you can go for all of them because you're Cuban. You're not black American. You're different from them. So because of that, we're going to, in a sense, uplift your status in such a way to further show that to everybody else. And that's what they did. And y'all got the nerve to sit up there and try to come on my platform doing a live stream, and y'all want to say that I'm racist? You want to try to say that I'm a segregationist? You want to say that I'm divisive? You must not know the United States government. Even in this book, it told you how black Americans were like, you know what? We don't blame the Cubans. We don't find you at fault for what it is that's taking place. It's the government. It's the people in power. But even still with that history, y'all come through here and y'all want to talk all of this nonsense. Like I said before, it's crazy how I know more history about you than you do about yourself. How that work? How that work? Crazy. It is 100% crazy. Getting all that handouts, getting all of that government assistance. But people was pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, though, right? In order to leave your place of origin, you had to masquerade and try to tell the people that you were gay just to sit up there and leave. That's crazy work. Doing anything to sit up there and run. It's crazy. Diabolical work out here. Again, happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. Like I said, I'm wondering where a lot of those people were that were trying to talk all that nonsense. Hopefully, y'all didn't sit up there and pack them on up out of here, because I would have loved to hear what it is that they would have to say in response to some of this historical information that's being read off. Like I said, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me see. Curfews imposed by the Cuban detainees staged a hunger strike, jumped the fences, and threw bricks and stones. And you know the funniest thing is, there's even a segment in this book that I'm looking at right now where the boys in white actually staged a protest against the Cubans. Hilarious. But people think that they're honorary. They think and they feel that they are basically of the same people, and they're telling you too that no, you are not. No, you are not. So let's go back to the book, right? This is another part that I highlighted. They said reminiscent among African Americans in Miami, present since the early 1960s, escalated too. When on May 17th, an all-white jury in Tampa acquitted 4 Dade County police officers in the fatal shooting of Arthur McDuffie, an unarmed 33-year-old black insurance agent resident of Overtown in Liberty City. The city's historic black neighborhoods rose up in repudiation of the verdict. The unrest lasted for 4 days and left 80 deceased or fatally injured. At the time of the incident was also seen as an expression of African American frustration and discontent over the favorable treatment offered to Cubans and never to them. It's crazy. Diabolical work. Like I said before, historically, others have always been protected and given legislation versus the black Americans that are here, that have been here for the longest days possible. Even back during those days of segregation, back during the 1960s, there's a variety of stories that will sit up there and show you the comparison, the night and day comparison of how it is that the law works for everybody else and how it is that the law works for black Americans. Crazy. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. And now at this moment in time, this is what you have Trump trying to take back. All of those niceties that you guys had during the Eisenhower and JFK and whatnot, he's trying to, take a lot of that stuff back. And I've told you guys countless times, time and time again, that, hey, once they have no further use, once they are tired of you, it's curtains. It's game over. And there's going to be nobody that you can run to. There's going to be nobody that you can cry to. Because, again, black Americans have tried to side with you guys. We've tried to help you guys out. We've tried to empathize with you. In some instances, we just left y'all alone, or we may have tried to work with you guys. But all in all, you guys got preferential treatment, no matter what happened. And not at one point in time did you guys try to use that preferential treatment in order to help benefit black Americans who you knew were subjected to a lot of horrendous treatment and acts in the United States. But because it didn't apply to you, because it wasn't happening to you, because you got this greater status than black Americans, y'all were like, me no black, you're on your own, poppy. That's it. That's what y'all did. And here we are in 2025. So your ancestors, grandparents were, able to live, such great lives, right? They had great opportunities. And now it's time to pay the piper. And again, this is not a black American man sitting up here gloating. This is a black American man telling you that historically we told you so. You just refuse to sit up there and listen. And because you don't want to admit to your failure, you want to come back to black Americans and you want to try to blame us. But even in that book, historically, we told you who the actual problem is. But because they gave you those niceties, they gave you those gifts, they gave you stuff for childcare, hotels, small loans, businesses, even the CIA was sitting up there backing up 50 of your storefronts. Because you got all of that, you ain't want to listen. You wanted to ride that wave up until you couldn't ride it no more. And here we are. Here we are. It's a shame. And this is going to happen to a lot of other people directly out there because people wanted to come through in America and y'all wanted to disrespect black Americans. And all for what? For some shiny things, some trinkets, a little bit of jewelry. and you're going to take all that right back to your country. But the funniest thing is the video that I showcase when it deals with Mexico, a lot of people are having protests because they don't want a lot of y'all coming back. They were like, yo, we were just fine and dandy. Y'all been gone for years. Y'all were chilling. Y'all ain't cared nothing about us. And now y'all want to come back here and flood? Nah. We're not having this. So explain that to me. Explain how that works. Explain how it is that you leave your homeland. More so if you're Mexican, you left Mexico, right? You wasn't doing nothing for your people, trying to, uplift them or whatnot, whatever. You were just living and chilling on the easy street in the United States, not worried about nothing. Now, when everything is said and done, you want to self-deport yourself and go back to Mexico and your own people on your own land. That's a part of your nation that speak your language. They're like, nah, bro. We don't want you back. Stay in America. How that work? How that work? How that work? And like I said, you can't sit up there and blame me as a black American because I'm not at fault for any of this. Again, I tried to warn y'all for years. I tried to tell you for years. And y'all just wanted to come through. Y'all wanted to ha, kiki, you're racist, you're this. You wanted to side up with the true Americans on every single thing that was stated. Here we are. And notice how you don't see those same true Americans you were backing up. They ain't backing you up. They're showing you exactly who it is that they were this whole time. And they used you. They used you. Just like they use everybody else. But you thought that you were going to prove that you were more useful than black Americans. And you learn today. You learn today. Crazy work. Crazy. And then I got some videos of Mexicans online or Latins. I'm sorry. I got some videos of Latins online where you had the one Latin girl I showed y'all last live stream. She was like, yo, if you voted for Trump, yada, 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 don't be coming to Mexico. Don't eat none of our food, all this other type of stuff. You had Latins up there talking about they voted for Trump and they're still eating the food. What you going to do about it? Ooh, crazy work. And like I said, y'all voted for this. Y'all voted for this. You're watching in real time, and that's why I sat up there and told people. That's how I know how ignorant a lot of people are. It can be troll or whatever it is. They don't want to go online and look at their own people making videos about them, telling them that they don't even want them in the United States because you're going to mess up the opportunities that they already got. Crazy work. But yet y'all want to sit up there and make it seem like black Americans are the issue, are the biggest problem. And you still sitting up here thinking that you're white, and America's telling you that you're not. Your status has been revoked. It's been removed. They're giving you back your actual title, and it's not white. But here you are on my doorstep, trying to darken it for whatever reason. Crazy. But let's continue.
Donald Trump fears so much. We offer this question of the land. I don't know what Donald Trump has to do with South African land because he's never been here. And he must keep his America. We will keep our South Africa. That's what he must do. South Africa is our land. South Africa belongs to all the people who live here in South Africa. It does not belong to Donald Trump. He can keep his America. And he's even worse. He's even worse. When I meet him, I will tell him. I will say, you, Donald Trump, you are even worse because your forebears came to America. They found the native, the indigenous Americans. They wiped them out. They killed nearly all of them. Rene, we are living as a nation, and black and white, we are going to find solutions for our land question. So Donald Trump must leave us alone. He must leave us alone, Maori. When we were facing apartheid, when we were facing oppression, he was not here. He did not fight side by side with us. And we were able, on our own, yes, with support of progressive forces in the world, to resolve the apartheid question. As far as I recall, Donald Trump was not around the negotiating table when we negotiated the end of apartheid. So stick around there in the White House. We will do our business here, and we will find solutions.
All right. So also shout out to anybody who just subscribed directly to the platform. Who do we got directly up here? We got what was it, Manuel and Larry Fourway and all of this other type of good stuff. The definition that I use for victim is the exact same definition that white Republicans have tried to use when it details Black Americans and how it is that we express certain things dealing with America. That's the exact same way that I'm using it. So if you don't understand what I mean, maybe you might need to watch some of their news in order to understand. Because a lot of y'all just saying some crazy stuff at this moment in time. It's crazy. It is diabolical. Yeah, you're just typing for like no reason. The craziest part is looking at wait, who was that? Let me see. Captain Cold Blooded said, who's long winded? Are you talking about me on my own platform talking to people? Again, a platform I created, or are you talking about the African man that is on the podium? Because that video was not that long. Okay. Larry said, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Manuel. Okay. Like I said, my filter is pretty much off. So the moment in time that I perceive something as an attack, I'm directly going for it. Like I said, I just I let people know I don't got no patience today. Like I said, people just gonna be indiscriminately just catching some stuff. I'm just gonna put that. Oh, okay. Captain Cole said the video. Okay, I got you. Like I said, it's indiscriminate out here. I'm just anything that I see and I perceive. Oh, you saying what? Oh, we going directly in. There we are going past go 4 to 5 times, right? But the funniest thing is listening to the South African representative talking about Donald Trump and everything like that. And he was saying like, how is it that Trump has an opinion or he's saying anything about South Africa? He is correct, but at the same time, I'm like, you forgot that Elon Musk is South African. You forgot. Like his family robs your people of their resources to become what it is that he is today. So Elon Musk is South African, sitting right next to Trump. He is now a part of a government entity of which they made. So he, for all intents and purposes, he can speak on South Africa by way of being the president of the United States, right? Being a world leader. And then on top of that, by way of Elon Musk, who is South African. Just saying. So it's a little bit confusing me. So yeah, you're right. Trump wasn't there during like the apartheid and all of these other great, deals of things going on. But I will also note that a lot of people weren't siding with Nelson Mandela either. Like people were about to like let that man literally rot in jail for trying to stand up for protesting. So it's like it's crazy in one instance to be oh so proud, but then also knowing how it is that you have people that were willing to protest, that were literally standing up, and then people were just letting whatever happen. It's crazy work. It's crazy work how that happens. But what we're gonna do is we're going to continue. Because I know that one of the people up there, what was the dude named Manuel? Where does it do that? Or they might have caught him. No, they didn't. They still got him up there. Okay. The crazy part is, looking at a comment such as his, where he says that y'all sound like victims. It's crazy to actually read information from a book, and then somebody wants to turn around and still say that people are trying to be victims. That's some crazy work. That means that people are willfully being ignorant of the information, historical facts that are directly up there. Again, it wasn't coming from me just specifically talking. I literally read it out of a book. Out of a book that is dealing with the historical facts of that time period. But like I said before, some people would just rather be ignorant. people would just rather live and stay directly in that ignorance and just have fun with that. And like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see. What do we have here? What else we got? I'm trying to see, where did you come in at? Keith Mack, and I don't even know what you're talking about. Let me just let you know. He was like, at least you're cracking yourself up. I guess. Like, what? Don't even make sense. Like, what? But all right. Sharif said you got them crosshairs on lock. Yeah, I'm sitting up here, I'm looking. Trust me, I'm looking directly through some stuff. Wait, Tay Dash, who you talking to? Who you talking to? You said, oh, okay. My bad. Let me pull back. Let me pull back. I read too fast. You said they aren't. I got you. No problem. I got you. Yo, let me tell you. Woo! Let me tell you. I gotta technically slow down just a bit. You gotta slow down. One Silver Fox said, just because someone wrote something in a book doesn't mean it's true or accurate. Okay, so disprove what I just stated. Disprove all of that stuff that I listed. Do that one then. Do that one. Because again, I could go through and I can look up all of this information to, in a sense, verify it. But even if I go through the information and decide to verify it, you know what you're going to say? Oh, but what were the sources? Who's behind those sources? Who runs the websites? Who's paying for those websites? And this, it's always going to be something. And that's what everything is at this moment in time. Nobody wants to, if somebody states something as a fact and they can show you proof, everybody's like, oh, I need 20 different sources. I need to know who's funding this, who wrote the original article, who did the research, who put it all together, who are they linked to, who are the investors, who are the board of investors. Like I said, it don't matter. But like I said, you can knock yourself right on out. If you feel at any point in time that any of the stuff that I said out of this book that I read off is not factual, then by all means, knock yourself on out. Use the supercomputer that you have by way of your cell phone and look up all of the information. Yo, what is up, Miss Anderson? What is up? Shout out to Shay Beast, who is in the lobby at this moment in time. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to all of my mods who are currently here at this moment in time. Wait, Sham said, what was that MMO that you were playing yesterday? How is it? I'm thinking of trying it out. Wait, are you talking about maybe you might have been talking about Wayfinder? I probably wouldn't technically recommend it because it's not a lot of people directly on there. So I would probably have to give you a recommendation to a different, type of game, in a sense. Let me see. Don't come here talking about what people don't do just because we're Black Americans. There are people that come here that can run circles around your favorite white professor. That's facts. Yeah. Let me see. What else do we got here? Let me make sure before I go to the next video. Somebody said, Natasha said the new Black media are generals. The old media has always supported white supremacy. Keep up the fight, my brother, and great work. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Keep giving us that fire. Bars. Said Marvel Rivals is the way to go. 22 said, you're so correct, it's annoying. Oh, man. Guys, we can be a little bit more sensitive. They are suffering from PWAS, post-white adjacency syndrome. Oh man. But let's go to the next video here.
I find it amazing that Republicans only seem to have a problem with immigrants if they're not white. I mean, Elon Musk is an immigrant. He
Facts.
is not an American. He was born in South Africa. He's not an American. He was even here illegally for a very long time. And yet I never see any of the Republicans want to go after him. I never see them want to go after Trump's wives. I mean, technically, all of Trump's kids are anchor babies, right? None of them. None of Trump's kids' mothers were born in America. Not a single one. And yet, none of the Republicans seem to have a problem with these immigrants. It's just immigrants who have a skin tone that happens to be darker than mine that they seem to have a real problem with. I mean, shit, Elon Musk is basically the de facto president at this point, and all the people on the right seem to be fine with it. They seem to love the idea that the richest man in the world completely bought our government. They're like, yay! At least he's white, I guess. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
So, yep, there we are right there. It seems that, and again, this is coming directly from a true American. He's like, hey, nobody finds it interesting that they have a problem with everybody that's an immigrant that is darker complected, more melanated, and that they're not having an issue with the European immigrants. We've been known that. Black Americans already knew that. We already saw that a while ago. But again, we tried to warn, we try to sit up there and tell people. But here you have a white American telling you. He's telling you exactly what it is. And I promise you, people still are not going to listen at all. Still not going to listen. Still not going to listen. It's crazy. But as long as they fit the complexion, it is what it is. We got light in the lobby at this current. I said lobby as if I'm on Xbox. In the chat, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Jug said that they changed the format for the live streams. No. I did that, and the only reason I did that was because I wanted to try out the things that they got. It was something new that they had specifically there for the live streams, but I can't figure out specifically how to do it. I think I would actually have to, let me see if I can go to my other channel and see if I can see the option up there, because I wanted to see if that was something that was listed. Also, shout out, because that's the first time in a minute that we've actually had it. We got about 200. We got 149 people on the original channel watching. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys there at that moment in time. Well, at the moment in time, I said at that moment in time. But anyways, we're going to go directly to the next video.
That are in evidence lockers just started rebooting, which makes it harder for the cops to get into it, and we're not really sure why. The cops think it has something to do with iOS 18. Let's dig into it. So a little bit of context. When you unlock your phone, it enters a state that says it's after first unlock. So since the last time it's been powered on and off, the owner has unlocked it, Face ID or typed in the passcode. After first unlocked is a state that lets law enforcement use tools that they have to gather information out of it. After a reboot, it enters what's called before first unlock. This makes all these law enforcement tools like Celebrite and all these other things that they plug into your phone completely useless. What's weird is, even if these phones were in airplane mode or inside of a Faraday box, meaning no electrical signals could hit it, they still rebooted. The law enforcement team says that they brought a few iPhones that were updated to iOS 18 into the evidence locker, and they think that those iPhones told nearby iPhones that have been offline for a significant amount of time to reboot. That would be crazy. Matthew Green's an encryption expert. He says that's completely bizarre and amazing. He doesn't think that the nearby phones thing happened. But if Apple pushed an update that said if this device doesn't phone home for some period of time, reboot it, that's a brilliant update. I agree with him. You can read the full story on 404 Media and follow for more cybersecurity news.
So that was a video I just wanted to post up there because I feel that a lot of people should know about that type of stuff, where it is that, police will decide that, hey, we're going to detain you for a moment, and then we're also going to take all of your items directly off of you, right? And then they're going to give them back to you after they're all accounted for. During that time that they're quote unquote accounting for those items, they're using your phone. They're on your phone, uploading certain types of spyware or whatever you want to sit up there and call it to monitor your phone. Like I said, some of the stuff that he listed, I didn't even know anything about. And I didn't even know that they can actually do that to iPhones as well. But if Apple, even though I highly disagree with the way that Apple does a lot of things, if Apple did make some type of update where the phones will update over time after a certain amount of time after not being near the owner, or if a newer phone that has the update forces them to basically shut down and whatnot, hey, I'm all for that. I am 100% all for that, because you don't know specifically what law enforcement is doing with any of your devices or the information or on those devices, how they may be making copies or doing a variety of different things. You don't know what they could potentially be doing or how it is that they may be using it. Maybe they might want to try to frame you for something that you didn't do. Maybe now that they have access to your phone or have a copy of your passwords and stuff, maybe now they can go easily on your social media. So in case they want to go after you again, you decide that you want to record something and post it to social media, they can quickly go in and just delete it and act like it never happened. So again, this is just a consistent reminder to a lot of people that the government and the police are not directly for you. And again, for anybody that has an iPhone or whatnot, whatever, you may want to watch some videos online if you've ever been detained by police, so that you can check your phone to make sure that certain things aren't necessarily on there, or how to maybe get rid of it. Because for the life of me, I wouldn't even know or how to direct you on, how to specifically do that. But again, just wanted to list and put that information directly out there. So let me see. We went over the whole thing dealing with Trump. The other thing that we have at this moment in time was that was trending was dealing with the plane crashes. I'm not sure if anybody saw any of that. Right? Did anybody happen to see any of the plane crashes that took place? Yay, nay, anything of that nature? Let me see. Do I got a little bit of information here? That's the one in North Philly, and this is the one in DC. So yeah, the airplane crash that happened in DC, I'm just going to tell people this. There's a lot of people online that were not even quote unquote conspiracy theorists, as some people would like to say, but now magically everybody is turning into a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, and a lot of them want to believe that, oh, this is just the government and the people in power's way of trying to put all of this directly on Trump and during his presidency, because he just got in there and yada 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 and all this other type of good stuff. But I'm like, didn't we just have the California fires before Trump got in office? Then we just had the California fires during the Biden administration, during like the last bit of their administration. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure, I think those fires might still be going in some areas. And again, there's still a huge fallout of a lot of things that need to be accounted for, of people that need to be accountable for everything that took place, especially a lot of those government officials down there in Los Angeles, for all of those people that may have perished, that may have gotten injured, those people who pretty much lost everything dealing with those fires directly down there. And not even to mention the fact that you have the energy company that I'm going to just state are to blame for what took place. If you look at all of the information directly out there, if you look at all of the stuff within the recent 10 to 15 years of people talking about these smart devices, these smart meters being put directly on the sides of houses. Again, I made a whole video and also did a live stream about the information as well. On top of the fact that Gavin Newsom came out and he was like, hey, it's terrible, everything that happened with these fires, but we're going to be working on LA 2.0, which is a smart city, and it's going to be better than ever before. And then we're also going to be hosting the Olympics here in 2028 and yada yada yada. And again, like I told people before, at the end of the day, the United States is going to do what it needs to do in order to clear out or to take ownership of certain areas. So if you've been just there and pretty much ain't nothing moving, or you're not selling your land, they're like, all right, we got you, no problem. Bow, natural disaster. Hit people with a natural disaster real quick, and now the land is clear. Now the people that need to come through in order to start building up some stuff, now they got free reign to sit up there and do it. So expect a lot of contractors to start lining up to help rebuild those areas and make them better than ever before. And that's going to be, you know, one of the highlights of, you know, California. That smart city, that is going to be the start of a brand new beginning. And this is again why I read off to a lot of you guys about the LA 2.0. I read off a lot of the plans, a lot of things that they were going to throw directly in there, and how it was going to be implemented and how it's going to affect people, and, you know, all of the quote unquote positives that they wanted to you know, list as well. But again, just like I said, for the greater duration of this live stream, we tried as Black Americans. We've tried to sit up there and warn people. We've tried to sit up there and tell people, because we have systematically been targeted by the exact same government. They've done a variety of experiments. You've had things such as the move bombing that took place, and that was within the 80s. So we're not talking about some, oh, that was like 400 years ago. We're not talking about that. We're talking about something that happened in the 80s. The 80s is not that long ago. And to know that that took place, better yet, we can go back to what, the 60s, when you had agents or individuals that wanted to do the exact same thing to Reverend Martin Luther King's home, right? So yeah, like I said, we've been through this and we've seen this too many times, but we've been trying to wake up everybody else. Nobody else wants to wake up. Nobody wants to pay attention. Everybody wants to stay asleep. So when things inevitably end up taking place the exact same way that we told you, ain't nothing we can do. We did everything that we're supposed to do. You can't expect us to sit up there and try to pick up, to try to, you know, arm up and to try to do this and to try to do that. We've been literally giving people breadcrumbs throughout the many years and the decades and so on and so on, all to have everybody like, hey, we're just going to turn our backs on you. We don't, you know, really care, and yada, yada, yada. Right. We sat up there and told people like, hey, it looks real suspicious what happened in Hawaii. That's sort of like what they did to Black communities here in the United States, where they would sit up there and set fires and burn down our many towns and our cities, also that they can have the land for themselves and build up whatever it is that they wanted to build. And so now they can claim it the same exact way that they've been doing in the United States. But nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to hear us out. So now everybody else is going through it, including white Americans. Shout out to y'all, because y'all some of the main ones that don't want to believe that your own people could ever do something like this to you. And y'all also the same people that are trying to roll through and blame all of these plane crashes on DEI, which is crazy. Diabolical work. And there was somebody who showcased that the greater majority of the people that hold jobs, 70+% of the people that hold those jobs up there dealing with the airline industry, are Caucasian, are white. It ain't Black folks. It ain't. But like I said, you know, whenever it happens to be something directly out there that will positively impact Black people in a certain type of way, it has to be demonized. Right. So you had the affirmative action, you had the DEI, you had all these other initiatives directly out there. But overwhelmingly, this affected people who are minorities. And I guess unbeknownst to a lot of white women directly out there, they didn't realize that in the United States, they count as a minority. And they voted against themselves in their own best interest. And now a lot of those things are directly out of there. So some of them are going to be losing their jobs pretty soon. It's going to just watch these 4 years. And let's see the switching of the guard, the switching of hands when it deals with a lot of these corporations, a lot of these higher paying jobs directly up there. Power structure is changing at this moment in time, and you can only blame those people that voted for it. It is what it is. It is directly what it is. See what else we got. Let's see. But yeah, those plane crashes, diabolical. Then the one that happened in Philly, that was just wow. That was 100%. Matter of fact, do I even got Let me see. I got quite a few videos here. It's going to take me a minute. I got to pull back. Let me see. Nope, not looking for. Let me see. Let me go back. Just do it this way. Also, how's everybody doing? How's your day going? Everything of that nature. Let me see. This is would that be yesterday? Yeah, wasn't that one of the? I forgot. Was that the one in Philly? I'm trying to figure out. Is this the? Yeah, I think this was the one. I want to say this should have been in Philly here. Let me just pull that up. It's going to take a little bit because I got to roll through videos of yesterday. I think this should be the one in Philly. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I'm just not about to be up here trying to say that, oh yeah, they're doing this because Trump is directly in office. Plane crashes happen quite often. But in this succession, as we are clearly able to see it, it is quite weird. But the one that happened in DC where the Black Hawk directly, and some people got videos where they show you the map where you can see the Black Hawk and you can see the airplane. And before the main flight was actually hit by the Black Hawk, another airplane was said to have had a near miss because of the way that the Black Hawk was like veering and going left, going right, and doing all of these, weird, type of maneuvers. And like I said, I don't know who specifically was directly on that plane. But yeah, everybody needs to be accounted for. Every single person on that plane needs to directly be accounted for because that's very weird. That is 100% weird how it is that took place. I'm like, a helicopter just ran directly into a plane for no reason. Okay, all right. Nah, I'm not believing that one. Yo, Shan, much love, respect, and appreciation. You just gotta, you just gotta take it one day at a time. Any complications that are taking place that are potentially adding to the situation, you gotta do a little bit of research and try to find some, because I have to word this vastly differently. Uh, y- you got to make sure to look out for yourself health wise. Because the main thing I will sit up there and tell you is that in certain instances, the hospitals don't, in a sense, care. They care about the money aspect, right? Because they get to give people all this equipment and charge people for that stuff and whatnot or whatever. But again, there are other things directly out there to help build you up and your immune system as well. So, you gotta, make sure to really, take care of yourself. But like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation for you being in here pretty much every time that we happen to have a live stream, always here. Even directly underneath the comment sections of a lot, if not almost all of the videos that I've posted. Much love, respect, and appreciation, for you, being here. Like I said, it is highly appreciated. But please, please, please take care of yourself. Ellis said for some reason they don't want to give us the exact number. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like everybody should directly be accounted for. If this is a quote unquote error, if this is a mishap or an accident, let us know, every single person that was directly on that flight, so that we can assess certain things. I'm not trying to hear of some supernatural unknowns and all of this, other type of stuff, or a Jane Doe and I'm not trying to hear none of that. I want to know everybody that was directly on that plane, and if they were adults, what were their jobs? Who did they know? Who were they linked to? Because this is how you got to start looking at a lot of these things now. And my uncle and aunt that lived out there, both in different parts of California, say that there were a lot of people in the streets, but it's like people behind the firefights were cleaning them up. Man. Yeah, like I said, it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here. See what else we got. I'm just trying to roll through and catch some of the comments. Shay said, Simpsons never lied about the world is definitely a stage. Yeah. That's true. That's bars. Joe said, Happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month to you as well. J.G. Stein said both airplane and helicopters have crash detection, especially a military helicopter, right? Ellis said, yet who are these people behind the firefighters, and where are all of the persons? Stop, and why haven't it been reported? Of course, we know the news and the media is the last place to look. That's true. Shay said, if more planes go down, the skies aren't safe, and they are here. Poltergeist. If you know, you know. Libra since said, something took place in a cockpit, a tussle fight for with a control wheel, double agent aboard, or hack remote control helicopter, high profile spy ish going on. Yeah. 15 minutes. Yeah, I did see it was a lot of young people directly on that plane. One of the guys, I forgot what he was actually doing, but it was one young man. I want to say like maybe he was like in his early 20s. And he stated that the only reason he missed that flight was because of his dog. They said that, I think it was either his dog, or they said that the weight of his luggage was too heavy. So he had to, in a sense, drive. And if it was not for that luggage or that incident there, he would have been on that plane with everybody else. Miss Real Talk said, definitely take care of yourself. Yep. And that's another thing I tell a lot of y'all here too, from the mods or anybody else here. Y'all got to make sure to take care of y'all health, because it is crazy directly out here. And as I've tried to explain and tell people a multitude of times, and I've even tried to show by way of listing things that have transpired in Africa, you have these governments out here that will enable and do a lot of things in order to get at the people, just because they want to, or to cause an issue, or to cause a problem, or, and so on and so on and so on. So again, you gotta, really make sure to take care of your health. Gotta make sure. The Crow said a black activist was on the plane. Somebody said Russian emissaries. Somebody said 2 of us were on the plane. Trump said it was a DEI hire. That means a white woman or an immigrant. DEI doesn't benefit black people. Oh, no. Trust me. I know. That's why I read off the information that I had in the previous live stream when it dealt with government assistance, affirmative action, and DEI. All 3 of those, the main beneficiaries, the highest beneficiaries, were white women and others. It didn't have anything to do with black people. Like, if you want to think about it, it will be the trickle-down effect when it deals with black people. Case in point, going back to affirmative action, this is why a lot of Asian college students are trying to sue colleges right now, because they're not able to enroll at the same way that they were able to enroll originally because affirmative action is no longer there. And again, Asian Americans voted for this. Again, people who voted against their own best interest because they felt that they belonged. They felt that they were honorary, right? They felt that they were a part of the brotherhood, but they learned. They got used just like everybody else. But like I said, everybody's going to get their turn on the wheel, and everybody's going to understand when they are meant to understand. Shem said, thank y'all so much for the well wishes. I hear you, Seji, about the healthcare system. I'm eating a lot of hot foods to get the inflammation out of my chest and drinking mint tea to help as well. All right. But yeah, also you gotta, make sure you stay consistent directly on, what it is that you're doing in order to better yourself at, this moment in time. You just gotta consistency, trust me, is the hardest thing, especially, when you're not feeling well. Consistency is tough. It's like, man, I'm not trying to have this tea no more. This tea just tastes like water now. It's like, man, I'm not trying to, have these saltines, or I'm not trying to, keep eating these soups. Well, technically we sipping or drinking, but yeah, I'm not trying to do it with these soups. It just tastes, like nothing. I want to, have the normal foods and whatnot. So yes, consistency also helps. And I've also heard, as well as I would say, watch videos directly on it, but you also have intermittent fasting, which also helps as well when it deals with the immune system, the cells, and different things like that. Shay said, America's the real motherland. Ain't about to find out. Bars. BA said, crazy when I said I would rather have Justin Trudeau than Gavin Newsom here in California. I would rather have none of them. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be 100%, directly real. I don't want none of them there. And this is why you have, some Canadians trying to come to the United States because of things that are going down with Trudeau and, the Canadian government up there. So, it's tough. But I would rather have none of them. Victor Jones recommended sea moss. Sea moss is actually pretty good. There is a type of sea moss out there which is made, which tastes a lot better because for whatever reason, sea moss tastes like glue. It tastes terrible. But if you happen to mix it with, other things, it tastes great. It tastes great. Okay, King of All Men said it was his dog that was too big. Okay. Because I was trying to, like, my mind was like, it was either the luggage or the dog, because I've taken flights before and, they've tried to tell me certain things. And then I'm like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. My bag doesn't even have anything in it. Let me just push it directly in there, and there we go. Shay said, I'm wondering if this is a distraction to get us to fear them when it's our own government who is causing distraction, taking innocent people. We will soon find out. Sham said, do you believe that 9/11 was an inside job? Oh, yeah, I've talked about that a lot of times on a variety of live streams. I've talked about that quite a few times. I would also say, just in case if people would like to support this platform, by way of talking about a lot of different things, especially these quote unquote conspiracy theories directly out here, videos will get demonetized. So if you would like to support the platform, by all means, donate directly to the platform so you can, feed SEIJIHITO one day at a time. Because it do be happening. I'll be looking at some of the live streams and I'll look in the back and then they're like, yeah, we're not having this. We're cutting the cord on that. So, I just want to put that directly out there. But yeah, I've done live streams. I wish that you would have been here for some of those live streams. I think I did a long 1 or 2+ hour live stream where I talked about 9/11. I talked about Building 7. I talked about the area around both buildings. I showcased videos where firefighters were talking about pulling Building 7, even though Building 7 was never hit by any type of plane or anything. It was just on fire. It was just a standard issue fire. It wasn't like it was even out of control. Right. But they were like, yeah, we're just going to have to pull the building. I'm like, as a firefighter, how are you pulling a building? You're not a demo expert. Y'all don't have the means to necessarily do this. So how would you know this unless the stuff is already there? Right? Like I said before, there's a lot of stuff there that if people go back and listen to the videos, things will start to click. And I showed off other videos as well, which are pretty interesting before all of this took place, where people took footage inside of, the towers. So, very, very interesting stuff. Lisa Robinson, what is up? What's up? Said, I am a caregiver for over 20 years. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you. For being a caregiver. It's a rare type of people that are caregivers that actually, genuinely care, and that's not just there for the paycheck. So much love, respect, and appreciation to you for doing what it is that you do. Shashili said, yes, preach. Be Humble said there is more Spanish people on government assistance than black people. Yeah. Real Talk said it was a total of 67 people on a plane. Hopefully that's the actual number versus them just leaving some people directly off the list. Because trust me, if somebody was government or whatnot or whatever, they're not going to name them. It's just going to be whatever. Chris Babcock said a Russian figure skater, not anyone government. All black people seem to be activists now, LOL. So maybe, I mean, this is the thing. The thing is, you don't know what a lot of people may. If you look back at some of the creations of, let's say, BLM or some of the other organizations directly out there, the originators of those organizations seemingly disappeared for mysterious reasons, or they're seemingly got harmed for whatever reason. Again, a lot of those things seem very, very suspicious when the originators end up being harmed or they're just out of the way magically. And then other people just take over. And now they're the brand new face of it. Because there's a difference between the people who started at grassroots versus the people that they decide to propel up in front of the masses. Right? Somebody said, I think a Russian scientist was covert on the plane. Of all the planes, excuse me. Sonny said, what's up? Sonny said, of all the planes, imagine a response if the planes were deporting illegal immigrants. Yeah. Yep, you would hear it all over social media. You would hear an outcry. People will want things done. It would be a lot of stuff. Thunder said, whoa, I finally caught. Oh, yeah. Much love and respect and appreciation to anybody who just caught the live stream for the first time. And again, this is just another format I wanted to try out because I looked at the analytics and I know and understand that a lot of you guys are on, I'm going to say it like this, mobile phones. So, I wanted to try out something that accommodated you guys. So, maybe you might not want to put it on your TV. Maybe you just want to have your phone on a stand and you want to look at the, the live stream that way. So, y'all can let me know how y'all like it, if you like it, if you don't like it, if you like the original format better, or if you like this one better. They were studying Asians too. Let me see. What's first will be last, and what's last will be first. Yep. That's facts. They was on RFK about that food. Yeah. The whole world has a blatant issue because of supremacy and everyone just wants to be hating on us. Yep. Thunder said, is it? Oh, yo, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love to Hack for the $2 dono. Says 7-Eleven, never forget it was a part-time job. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the dono. Much love, much love. Let me see. Fasting is a reset for the body, mainly the digestive system. Yeah, that, and it also helps with the cells, like over time, like as you keep going. It was a video that I watched directly on it, but it was very, very interesting. Thunder said, is it just me or is it nice that the authorities are not focusing on us for a change? I'm going to use this opportunity to do something constructive. Yeah, it is. This is roughly the same thing that happened during 9/11. The whole shift changed to something completely different, and black people were just able to kind of just move without being having to be so cautious or so worried about something in a sense happening or going on. Right, we were just able to just do. We were just able to, in a sense, breathe. This is sort of kind of that exact same thing. The only difference is that because of social media and how widespread it is, you have a lot more voices trying to tell Black Americans, "Hey, you guys need to, fearmonger." They're fearmongering directly to Black Americans, like, "Hey, you guys need to worry about this. You guys should care about this because after they're done with us, they're going to come directly for you." And I'm like, that's not the case. For you, this is the end of the world, and for us, this is just a Tuesday. That's it. And again, that's not gloating. It's not gloating. Sonny said, "What was up with a random boat just sitting in the ground under the buildings?" Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to tell you on that one. Lisa Robinson said, "Thank you, fam. No problem, no problem, no problem." And Ellis said, "And why is it that so many people are just filming just coincidentally in the area I already checked, and there's been no large report of a drone sighting near the crash on the East Coast?" I mean, that is a very good question. I'll say this. Going off on a limb, you do have the thing where a lot of people have dash cams, ring doorbell camera, because some of the videos that I got, people are catching it from a ring doorbell camera where they're just walking into their home. Other people were in traffic as the plane crash took place in Philly. As the still that you see here, you have some people, I guess, that might have been going to a mall, and somebody had their dash camera, and they stopped, I guess, the moment that they saw the plane coming directly down and and hitting the ground. But yeah, that is also a very weird thing as well too. Timothy said, "Yo, Seji, tell me why I was or into something and being the only Black person at the time, instead of the suspect stare, I got a sympathy stare. I didn't know how to process it." Yeah, that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. And that's a rare that anybody's gonna have, like, look at somebody Black and something's happening and they got some type of like feel or a sense or a look of sympathy. It's very rare for that to happen. It's sad. I know the said believing to be victims of terrorists. Yeah. Sam says sea moss and seaweed quickly have the same properties. Yeah, and they also have a lot of minerals as well too. High in fiber, and other ones high in protein. I'm eating seaweed raw and cooked. I cook a lot of Korean dishes, and it is crazy working house. Oh yeah. A lot of different dishes from around the world where they have different things added in are very beneficial to health as well. This is why you see a lot of people in other countries, maybe not getting so sick like we do in America. So if we happen to have a cold or whatnot or whatever, Asian countries, they'll make some soups, right? Or they might make a specific type of hot tea, or maybe even in India, they have their variety of things, but they use all of their stuff is just like spicy. So it's like for somebody who is over there in India getting sick, I feel like that would be a rarity, in a sense, because of all of the spices and stuff that they put in their food, and also how beneficial that is to the blood and the circulatory system, and everything like that. Ellis said a lot of us don't trust Black activists. What are you talking about? Oh, I guess you responded to the person that said that. Whoever said that just sounds crazy. GJ Stein said the patient was a Mexican girl. Man, getting the best treatment. Ellis said a majority of us knew what BLM really was. You didn't see us waving flags, even though you've seen a lot of us blind brainwash people doing it. The movie was supposed to stand for something positive. Yeah. And, things get hijacked. Let me see. News said, y'all haven't been reading the real news, which is why so many Indians are in America trying to advance the AI run airplanes, which are falling out of the sky all over the place these days. I mean, well, the thing I've told people before in previous live streams is that you have a lot of AI, you have robotics, and a lot of these things going on right now in America. And they are implementing these things in order to get a lot of people out of certain jobs so that they don't have to pay as much, so that they can make as much money as possible, so that everybody else is able to make less and stay at a certain level financially and keep people directly there. They want to make sure that they specifically concrete and build that ceiling. Like, so instead of it being a glass ceiling for people to look through and be like, this is amazing, maybe I can, happen to get there. Nah, it's going to be total darkness. They're going to put cement directly over that glass ceiling. And for our generation, we'll know that a glass ceiling was up there. We'll know that you can, break through concrete and you can chip through there just to feel the air or whatever's up there coming down. The generation after us, they're not going to know nothing about that. They're not going to care nothing about that, because once that cement is good and it's solidified, like the Hoover Dam, how many years it took for them to sit up there and finally solidify that as solid concrete after all of these decades, it's going to be the exact same thing when they cover that glass ceiling. It's going to be the exact same thing. And then you're going to have a generation that's not going to know or understand what it's like to actually be us at this moment in time. And that's the scary part. That's going to be the end of the end of, in a sense, the quote unquote human being or humanity, once that actually takes hold. Let me see. Sonny said, "Is this way easier for you?" No, I just did this because I thought, it was something different. I've done it a few times before, but again, wanted to see if maybe this was easier for you guys when it deals with you guys, having cell phones and whatnot. You don't got to hold it sideways or, all this other type of stuff. So, Ella said, "I definitely believe that that's possible." 11. Right. Are just happened, especially the plane crash. I don't believe they're accidents, and definitely believe that there's some type of interference. That's bars. That's why Trump brought up DEI. Indeed, deportation still just another day, though. Machiavelli said, "I live in Trenton, New Jersey. I seen some unexplainable stuff at night." Oh no, trust me, I believe you. Y'all didn't have everything from UFOs to planes to just like lights floating directly in the sky. Oh yeah, trust me. I've been keeping track of certain things. Things are weird out there in New Jersey. Oh Lord, here we go. Shay was like, "Remember Spider-Man when Mysterio was using tech to cause destruction, which wasn't real? Be on the lookout for that." I mean, that runs into Project Bluebeam and a lot of the other ones up there too. Philly crash could have hit a drone. Still in the sky if the plane was on fire and going down. Exactly, holograms might be covering up for weapons being used. Nothing can clear our water or air. Food all fake, lab food. Anything that has more than one ingredient is poison. They want us eating bugs for our protein. Get good with the Lord. Let me see. Oh, look at that. We actually got a troll. Oh, look at Julie. Look at that. I think you're probably somebody that I actually banned a while ago. So the greatest thing that you can have directly up there is the picture of a gorilla. I'm like, man, the craziest thing to actually think about is like nobody actually looks at features anymore. And if you compare features of said people, black people, and then you compare features of other people, then you compare them to all of these things that y'all naturally talk about, you will see how everything that you're saying falls directly to the wayside. But I digress, because you're going to believe whatever it is at the end of the day. And you're part of the exact same fools that the government is going to make sure that you stay directly at the bottom with the same mentality that you have at this moment in time. Like I said, stay where you are. Stay directly at the bottom. Let me see. What else we got? Sham said the belief that there were civilizations before that died away due to some type of apocalypse is bound to happen today. We probably are a second Atlantis. Let me see. Libra Sith said a contender has arrived. Yeah. It's hilarious. It is hilarious. Let me tell you. People just roll up. Like I said, forego all the information that was being talked about for a good, 2 plus hours prior, just to like roll up and say something. Again, this is a man in Black America trying to educate, and also by educating, sending out a warning and showing people history like, hey, what has happened before is going to inevitably happen again. The way that Black Americans have been subjugated, the way that we have been treated, the all of the immunity experiments and all those things that have transpired. Guess what? Because you didn't care, you didn't believe it. Now everybody has to suffer because you didn't want to stop it during that time, and you allowed it to keep taking place. Look at what the government is doing with the food. Look at what the government is doing. How they're burning white Americans out of their land. Look at how that works. And then you're watching the government burn people out of their land in Maui. Look at how that works. And then for the white Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, look at how they got affected. Look at how their water is poisoned. Look at how their land is poisoned, their homes, their air, still to this day. But you want to roll up here and you think that you're making some type of great leeway or some type of joke because you want to refer to me as a primate. I guess so. I guess this primate is smarter than you. How about that one? We can actually see the end and what's coming while you're still being stupid, looking directly into your cell phone, walking into traffic. So yeah, complete ignorance. 100%. 100%. Yeah, people forgot that too. We got the Galactic Federation. Crazy. And it's the same government, again, let me reiterate, that told y'all that aliens don't exist. That other beings from other planets, we are the only things out of this universe that are alive. That's what they said up there and told you. Nothing else. It is impossible. And they back that up by way of using religion, correct? But here we are, and they told you that there are aliens both above us and aliens in the sea. Interesting work. And it's also the same government that told you stuff about other dimensions. Just want to put that. I just want to put that directly out, out there too, because I think people slept on that. Sham said 2 days again coming home from the hospital. So some of those drones in Wisconsin zipped across the sky and disappeared. I live near an army base and airport, so yeah, no surprise to see it. Oh yeah, so you pretty much got firsthand experience. Like you get to see all of the stuff that we just get to read about. That's crazy. That's some some crazy stuff. You can happen to get some cameras and start filming some stuff. Let me tell you, that'd be a great way to start off a social media page for you. You can easily start up a TikTok and start getting fields of views, fields of followers, just posting stuff because you're literally there. You just get to see stuff. She said, I know the ice wall leads to other realms. Right. Machiavelli said, I was saying I wasn't crazy for seeing unexplainable stuff at night. No, I heard you. I got you. Sham said 2 days ago, we saw some drones coming from the hospital. There is an airport on base there. Near us, but never seen anything like this in the sky. It zipped fast across the sky and cloaked. That's crazy. King, what is up, said every ancient civilization told you about the extraterrestrials. I mean, this is true, but a lot of people opted not to believe in any of that, even though it was written in stone. Again, people who opted not to believe it because people would rather go with something else that is more understandable, right? They feel that is more stationary, more concrete, right? Something that's not fantastical. So people would, in a sense, look more towards like the Bible because they feel like it's more grounded. The Bible's not going to tell you nothing about anything else other than human beings and angels. That's it. Book of Enoch is going to tell you about everything. It's going to tell you about humans. It's going to tell you about, I was going to say man as well too. It's going to tell you about man. It's going to tell you about the Nephilim. It's going to tell you about the angels, everything. It's going to list everything directly in there. Everything that you don't happen to hear about in the Bible, you're going to read and see that in the book of Enoch. But because it's too mystical, fantastical, and whatnot or whatever, and it would probably scare a lot of people, they're not going to sit up there and push that directly with the Bible at all. So again, we for all intents and purposes, people only got 50% of a story, if even that. because the Bible as well has been rewritten and things have been subtracted and added in and translated and lost in translation. So a lot of people don't even know if they're actually getting the full understanding or the knowledge of what is actually in there, right? We're only getting that from 100th hand information for all intents and purposes. But yeah, people aren't going to believe it up until I guess the government 100% tells them like, hey, this is what an alien looks like. Hey, these people actually do exist. The moment in time, that's the main point where people are like, oh my God, I can't believe this. They're actually real. They exist. Yeah. But I just want to sit up there and say that even at this moment in time, I feel that the whole world needs to give every single conspiracy theorist an apology for trying to say that they were crazy, they were loony, they belonged in a nut house, because the governments have come out and said like, yeah, aliens do exist. Just saying. Just want to, put that out there. Lovely Lisa, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Said that they're putting up portals everywhere. Yeah, you got the little mini stargates in a sense they're putting up. Some of these are not like the one that they got directly in Detroit. That's a little bit different. And that's right along up there with the Satanic Church that is up there as well too. And I want to note, native Detroiters, as a native Detroiter, somebody who grew up, born and raised in Detroit, we did not ask for any of this stuff to be directly up there. That is not us. that is not what Black Americans do. We are not about that life. Not at all. Like I said before, you have a lot of other people. As soon as they start showing up, they start bringing their beliefs and their religions in order to try to change a lot of things. So I want to put that out there. GJ said Abraham Lincoln started the Republican Party and got taken out for it. The other side was all of the sheeted boys till the 1923s, whole Senate and the House of Representatives. I believe it. Ellis said, what are your religious or not according to God? There are many things going on before the creation of us, so I can only imagine what's beyond our understanding. Bars, straight bars. Libra said, I've seen two kinds of strange eye people. Haven't seen or talked about our alien eyes, not the reptilian eyes, but unusually thick irises. You said it looked too perfect to be genetic defect of the eye, but when you see the thick irises, you're gonna know. I get what you're saying. King said, you say God in a singular, but it was always multiple until Tut's father. You can handle the trust. You can handle the truth. Said some of us already knew these facts. Yo, Brandon V. World, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sam said more than likely. I said Sam. I mean Sham said more than likely they opened something they shouldn't have in those portals. Leave it to humans to act first before thinking, and then learn not to do something. I mean, they already told you certain things. Like one of my favorite movies that I like so much is The Mist, where you had the military or the governments deciding that they wanted to open up a portal. They didn't know where this portal went, and the portal just so have opened it up to some other type of like realm where you had these horrific things directly there, and it happened upon a small city. And I want to technically state that they more than likely localized this portal in this small town or city, because anything outside of that was not going through these issues. It was only this small town or this city that was seeing and going through this type of localized terror, that these people had to, of course, suffer through. Because at the end of the movie, you saw the military rolling through with their tanks and, and doing all of these other types of things. Like I said, because the military knew exactly what was up. And the military are going to be the main ones to clean up anything that went wrong, anything that happened. They're going to be some of the first ones on the scene to clean it up and to make it seem like it never happened. Right? Sort of like MIB when they hit you with the light, where you just forget what took place. Something like that. Truth said, you can have the technology. They know exactly what they're doing. They have the yeah. what is it? Stay Love said the title is BS. Statistically, those under the title white carry the torch for the government assistance. Prove me wrong. I'm a little bit okay. So you're talking about referring to the title of the video? I'm guessing. I'm a little bit. uh, uh, yeah, I'll just wait for you to give a respond back to that. I'm a little bit threw me off there. Libra said the second kind of eyes was the direction of eyes. It was unusual direction of the eyes, very unusual. Okay. King said that was a good movie, right? GJ said sad that the Irish and Indian granddaddy owned what 1,100 African slaves, but over 100,000 African slaves on the plantations in Jamaica. How they get away with it? I think I did touch on that in a previous live stream. I think I brought that up, or at least have the information on my computer somewhere. Sam said that was a good movie. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? Ty said, I forgot to show you something. I take you're about to send that on Discord. Yeah, but also, how is since everybody's still here, how's everybody's day going? How is everybody doing at this moment in time? I know that all 200 plus people ain't going to answer that question, but for those who feel like answering that question, let me know how y'all feeling and where y'all showing up from. Either around the world or the United States. Because I know I got quite a few people here from like Texas, California, New York. We got somebody here from Jersey. I think we got a few people maybe from Florida. It's raining, so clearing my anime. Wait, I'm lost. You said clearing my anime. Oh, that threw me off. Let me see. Let me scroll through. Wait, you said you've been off by that time. They was showing. Oh, they were showing that I was live when I wasn't. I mean, that's dope. I'll take that. I mean, if they still putting it out there, that I was live during the time, that is great. That is excellent. And that video had that live stream had about 582 likes. Much love and respect and appreciation to everybody who hit the like button on that live. Much love to everybody out there. Ty said sometimes it won't even show your channel when you search it. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Trust me, I've done some searches as well. I've seen those searches as well. Like I've tried to look for myself at certain times, just like on a fresh browser. And when I type in my name, it's not showing up. And I'm like, yeah, it's not a lot of channels, pretty much if any, that have the exact same name and spelling like that as a whole. So, he said, and lastly, so let me see. You can't handle the truth, said, bro, I barely get your notifications. Yeah, that's YouTube at work. YouTube will just so happen to do that. You said social media users resurfaced Elon Musk Euro post after United States President Donald Trump basically blamed DEI for the mid-air collision in January of 2025. Let me see that one. So back on January 9th of 2024, Elon Musk said it would take an airplane crashing and taking the lives of hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DEI. Huh. Hold on, let me sit up. Let me just post that. Good looking out there, Ty. That is wow. Let me see. I would have to put it directly over here in sources. This is going to be a little bit weird. I think it should show up properly. Let me see, downloads. I got to go to today. Right there. Let me see, put that right there. So let me just swap it to, yeah, it's gonna look a little bit weird because of how I got it, but we're gonna make it work though. So yeah, that's the post from Elon. That's nobody finds that suspicious. Anybody find that suspicious? That this man was like, and note the date, 2:41 p.m. January 9th of 2024. Right? Basically a year ago and some change. It will take an airplane crashing and taking the lives of hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DEI. Oh, wow. That's it's very interesting. And then Elon Musk said, what was this? How far back was this one? This was January 4th of 2024. Elon said DEI is just another word for racism. Shame on anyone who uses it. Huh. That is that's some very interesting stuff there. Let me tell you. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly donut shop. So let me put up the other one that Ty rolled directly into the chat there. Let me just roll that into the building. Dun 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 dun. All right, so let me put that right now. I gotta go back to here. Well, technically, y'all can see it. It's just a little bit blurred. That's the only effect when dealing with trying to do this format. There we go. DEI is just another word for racism. Shame on anyone who uses it. Like I said, this is crazy out here. I ain't never seen no stuff like this in my life. This boy is good to keep track of a lot of things, and also shout out to all 245 people that are currently here at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation for be here during the this duration of the live stream. Yeah, everything has to be questioned. A lot of things need to be questioned whenever stuff happens again. And I tried to tell people before, like, I know that in previous times I've sounded crazy to a lot of people. Oh, conspiracy theories, just believing in whatnot, whatever. What proof do you have? You're looking at the proof. A lot of the things that I stated sounded crazy, but now we're living in a day and age where the exact things that people are saying are literally happening in front of people's eyes. And you're able to take note of these things. Like I said, social media is technically forever. So a lot of instances, people have enough time to go back and look at some of the things that people have posted, which might have sounded or seemed weird. They'll put that in the filing cabinet somewhere. And then in comes the future, and people are like, yo, this person said something about this like 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, a year ago. And then they'll show it up, and then it'll look quite weird in comparison to everything that we're seeing take place. You got 2 planes that literally just fell. I'm sorry, actually 3, because you got the Black Hawk, you got the main plane, then you got the one in Philadelphia. So you got those main 3 things that took place and the loss of lives that happened. Just saying, people got to start questioning stuff. And it's the main thing I've tried to tell people before. Try to tell people to question some stuff. Oh yeah, I think I remember this one. Let me see. Let me get this one real quick. Gotta retype it as something else. So let me post this one for you guys to see. Like I said, this is how this will be working on Twitch. This is this is how this will be working right now, directly on Twitch. All right, so we got this one right here where Elon said DEI has caused people to pass away, and he quoted Charlie Kirk, who said the media doesn't know what it's getting into, picking a fight with Trump over DEI in air travel. Right. So the FFA lawsuit claims agency discrimination against air traffic controller applicants on the basis of race. Something else that Ty sent directly to the back that I'll read from. Let me see. Different quotes up here said, reminder to at Elon Musk, providing a home for the proliferation of hate speech and WS conspiracy theories takes people's lives. Diversity, equity, and inclusion cultivates a more inclusive society, one person wrote. Quote, they are not the same. We are not the same, he also added. Musk's decision to wade into the subject of airline safety follows discussions that were sparked Friday when a panel blew off a Boeing jet while it was flying. Musk's statement on the topic started Tuesday when he responded to an ex-user who speculated the IQ scores of United States airline pilots who went to historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, were lower than the average of IQ of Air Force pilots. Musk replied to that post with his own attack on programs that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, aka DEI. Quote, it will take an airplane crash and the lives of hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy. It's diabolical work. It's diabolical work. But again, I'm pretty sure, when we start looking at a lot of these things taking place over the many decades and years, people need to actually do a, statistics on how many of these were black pilots. Because every time I've gotten on a plane, I was running into black stewardesses, both male and female, but I wasn't really running into black pilots. I'm trying to even figure out when was the last time I even seen a black pilot. I've probably run into more black drivers for Greyhound than I have black pilots. But yeah, like I said, let all of these people, go off when it deals with the whole thing of DI and all this other type of stuff. Again, it's a whatever, at this moment in time. The real people that are going to feel it are a lot of people who are immigrants, and especially white women. They are going to feel the brunt of this whole thing, dealing with that. They are going to feel the brunt. But yeah, that's diabolical work. That is diabolical. Yeah, Shay, he misspelled it. But again, people put things directly out there just to, put them directly out there. Sham said he's still talking about white women because DEI ain't never applied to black people, not even a bit. Yep. Manuel Collins said, so do you really think it was an accident? Wait, you talking about the plane crashes? Oh no, nothing's ever an accident in the United States of America, especially when the government is in control. It's never an accident. Everything is orchestrated. Like I said, I'm going by history. I'm going by how everything has had a link or a fingerprint of the government in some type of way, shape, or form. Let me see. Lovely said Trump thinks that hindering disabled people to land planes is a problem. Yo, Tippy, what is up? What is up? What is up? Said, is this a video or a premiere? Looks like a YouTube short. I mean, no, it looks like that because I switched the format. So I did it like that because I know everybody, statistically speaking, is on average more than not on their phones. So, I just wanted to do something a little bit different. Maybe it might be a little bit more suitable, comfortable for a lot of people. The greater majority of people look at my channel by way of a mobile phone, and the second portion of people happen to look at it, by way of television or other. So Tippy said, I'm really late. Yes, you are. Yes, you always late, Tippy. We're 3 hours in here. Raymond Anthony said, when we stop buying Tesla, I want you, I guess you're saying you want Elon to keep the same energy, I guess. Gotcha. Hack said, don't forget about the F-22. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I think I talked about that in the live stream with you guys. I guess that's supposed to be Australian Aries, if I'm correct. You said respect for the Polish for boycotting Tesla. Ty said I'd be finding all the stuff. Yeah, that's bars. A lot of you guys be bringing a lot of stuff in here. That's why I said I like the live streams a lot better because I can have these conversations. And you guys, if you guys have, I said that twice. If y'all happen to have information, it just gets popped directly up on screen. Said I'd be finding all the stuff. Manuel Collins said common sense merit over DEI. Hack said the F-35, my bad. I got you. Jay said DEI was never for black people. It was for everyone else. You said sorry for the person who thought so. Let me see. Hack said Air Force F-35 crash at an Alaska base. I'm trying to, because I remember the one down south about a year plus ago that crashed. I think that was a Raptor. And then you got this one, which is a F-35 fighter. Let me see. You can handle the truth. They want DEI to keep getting those handouts. Frank Collins said King Trump, United States. Yo, Dr. Sharon, what is up? What is up? Said, yes, Trump stated that people must meet the standards and requirements. I've not seen a black pilot either. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm for the life of me, out of all of the flights that I've taken, I'm trying to literally give you something. Even when I talked about the walkout where it dealt with the pilots, 90+% of the pilots that I saw in at least one lineup were white. They were white. And then you had the few stragglers that might have been black and other. So I'm like, people trying to say that all of these other initiatives are pushing white people out of jobs. Who specifically are you talking about? Because you ain't talking about black folks. Because if I look at the heads of a lot of these companies, the boards, and you ain't about to see like families of black people, generations of black people up there. Like the way that they paint a lot of this stuff to fearmonger people is crazy, but it works. And I told you guys a long time ago that fear is one of the strongest weapons ever created, ever wielded. And you are watching it being wielded, being used at this moment in time. And people are happy that it's being used. People are happy about the way that it's being wielded, but they're only happy so much as to the fact that it's beneficial for them. If it was in the reverse, you will see a lot of people crying. Case in point, I'll just point you guys directly to the Falcon, the Sam Wilson movie that's coming out, aka Captain America, Sam Wilson Falcon movie that's coming out this month. I think it should be on the 14th. And the closer, I promise you guys right now, within the weeks closer to that movie and after, you're going to see, mark my words, you're going to see all of these white social commentators and content creators talking about the movie, bashing the movie, talking horrible about it, saying that, oh, this DEI we need to bring back, make Captain America great again. Why? They're going to start saying a lot of crazy stuff because they don't want somebody else that doesn't look like them to be Captain America, to, in a sense, represent America. And I want people to understand, Steve Rogers is fair-skinned, blonde hair, blue eyes. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? And then the funniest thing is, you got a lot of these guys directly out here, these supposedly comic book nerds that want everything to be authentic from the source. They were like, instead of giving it to Falcon, which should have never happened, they should have gave it to Bucky. And I have to remind people, I'm like, do you understand that Bucky, the Winter Soldier, was brainwashed by Hydra. People need to do their research, comic book wise, and find out who the Red Skull was under, who the Red Skull followed, why it is that Hydra existed. And I'm like, so you want that man who was brainwashed, trained, and all of those types of things under Hydra to represent the United States of America? Like I said, you can't make this up. They are literally telling you by using comic book logic, by using the source material, how it is that they want America and who it is that they want to represent America. Can't make it up. Can't make it up. The information is out there. It's crazy. Gail said black folks ain't pollen because we know we don't belong in the areas. Oh man. What is that? What is it? I'm just going to say Star because I don't want to mispronounce it. He said, Elon Musk, the king of welfare, has spoken. King said, we've been in the air long before them. That's right. Right. King said, look at the hieroglyphs. Vance DeSantis. Oh, man. Lovely said, DI is not just about black peoples. It's also for the other races and the disabled being a part of the workforce as well. But like I said before, anything that in a sense shines a positive light or helps black people, the black Americans do anything, this is what happens. People are like, no, that's racist. You're a segregationalist. You're divisive. You're this, you're that. Everything just needs to be an even playing field. And the funniest thing about people saying that and them saying that all of these initiatives make an uneven playing field because it's giving everybody else a leg up over them. The United States was never started on an even playing field. Europeans literally had to bring over smallpox in order to even out the playing field, because if not, they would have been out of here. Nature was already taking its course. So they had to use an equalizer, chemical warfare, which is the one thing that the United States government is very great at. And they've also used that to experiment on the United States people at this moment in time. So if anybody out here is currently eating the trash food, just like I am, you are currently a part of that United States great chemical warfare. So there we are. And that's everybody. So even if you're on my channel sitting in the background and you hate me, my commentary, my voice, and everything that I talk about, just know at this moment in time that the United States government is poisoning you, experimenting on you. But they have to, do this experimentation on black people first in order to perfect it, just to let you know. So once they actually get that down where it's really, really working or it's overly working, then they're going to sit up there and dish it out to the rest of everybody else. So don't worry. For everybody else that, always has a problem with black Americans and us talking and all this other type of stuff. Trust me, your time is coming. Your turn on the wheel is going to roll directly up there. And because y'all didn't listen, because y'all didn't care, because y'all didn't want to pay attention, because you didn't want to use common sense or even research, it's going to be happening. It's going to be going down. It is what it is. Shay said Tesla's trash. The parts are cheaply made. Give me those Chinese cars, which are made well and affordable. Still waiting to get my Huawei phone. Those phones are actually pretty dope. Natasha Gayton said DI is code for white men talk for the white women running amok. White men taking their jobs back from white women. Yeah, that's what I was stating before. Because any of these programs, affirmative action, the quote unquote DEI, along with the government assistance, all of that was heavily benefiting white women. That was enabling them to do all of the things that they were able to do for so long. And now all of that is getting stripped away because white guys are like, yeah, we're not about to allow you to keep talking. We're not allowed you to keep, walking strong like you're doing right now. We're about to take our rightful place at the center, and you're going to go back to worshiping us. That's all they're doing. And this is why I played that clip where JD Vance, he was like to the Americans out there, have more babies. And I kid you not, over the years, I told everybody, I'm like, yo, they always give this whistle whenever it is that their population is not going the way that it's going. And because they feared a very severe decline and they don't want it to be in the same exact extent as the Asians over in their nations, they're like, yo, we got to implement certain rules and regulations. We got to hurry up and get us directly in office. We have to turn this around. We are not about to lose America to anybody else. Because I want everybody to know, including the other white Americans out there, if at any moment in time that your people feel that they are losing the grip on America and that somebody else is going to take the throne, they're going to destroy it. They're going to destroy it before they will ever allow anybody else to fully take hold of America. Because at the end of the day, a lot of you guys have been taught to fear Black people in such a way that you think that if we get any type of power, we're going to do all of the things historically that you guys have historically done to us. That is your greatest fear in the darkest depths, reaches of whatever you call a heart, whatever you call a brain. That is the main fear that has been implanted into you since your inception. And that is the main driving force of why it is that you guys will vote against your own best interest. You will sacrifice whatever it is that you're willing to sacrifice in order for the same power structure to exist. Knowing the fact that it's not really, in a sense, even benefiting you, even though you're white. It's not really uplifting you. It's not really propelling you. I done seen some of the poorest white folks in white towns, generations upon generations, still vote and talk the exact same way when it deals with Black Americans, as if we caused them to be where it is that they are, when realistically it was the government that was shutting down the coal mines, getting rid of all of those hard-working white boys down there in those small towns that made a very great living being a coal miner or working in the mills or working in the factories. It was the government that took those jobs away, that put them elsewhere. But for whatever reason, y'all think that it's everybody else that did it to you and that put you in those circumstances. But this is what happens when the quote unquote educated government wants to give quote unquote the uneducated white folks in these small towns a little bit of information. And people just run with it and act like it's the Bible, act like it's the truth, act like the second or third coming of Jesus just happened upon them. It's crazy work. But like I said, everybody's going to start to realize it. And by the time they realize it, it's already too late. It's going to be done. It's going to be a done data, done deal. It's going to be a dove. Double C, what is up? Said DI, usually Black people are last on that list. It's the Skittles Brigade and women of a certain complexion for the protection. Mary Hodge said biological warfare, and my dude, preach. Trust me, we will make sure to always do that. Pretty much anytime I happen to have these live streams, I tend to segue into this arena, dealing with biological and chemical warfare. Shay said, be right back. Got to get a snack. Bernice Johnson, what is up? What's up? Said DI is just another word for affirmative action and equal opportunity. And they will soon come up with another BS word to fool the people. It's almost like the same circumstance where people wanted to overuse the terminology woke. Because before, woke was just like, yo, it's an awakening. It's like you're starting to realize, like, you see the information directly in front of you, right? You're not, you can look through the disguise. You can look through the smoke and mirrors, right? And primarily, you would sit up there and see the Black community use the term, woke or awaken, right? It was a positive. It was a good term. It was mean that you are, realizing the information. You're doing your research, right? You're attaining the information. You're teaching other people as well. Magically, for whatever reason, whenever it is that other people happen to get a hold of the words that we happen to use, it gets demonized. So now woke just means that, people are anti-white. People are anti-American. People are anti-whatever, right? It doesn't have the same meaning or carry the same weight anymore, right? Where people want to say like, oh, we're talking about all these woke propagandists, all these woke people, all these woke groups. Like it's crazy to the point that you got ordinary white boys out here that don't know nothing about nothing. They could just slap together a random video, go on a rant, say woke about a good 10 to 15 times throughout the video, and they made it. That's all it takes. You got a whole bunch of grifters that didn't really care about nothing that's now on these platforms, making money because they're using the same terminology as a lot of other people out there, just capitalizing. It's crazy work. Crazy work. But like I said before, I can clearly see this and I can acknowledge these things going on. But a lot of them just won't. They just feel and believe that, hey, it's their people realizing what's going on. Lee Burgess said the poison tastes good. It does. It does. That is the main way to get a lot of people to take in poison. You got to add some flavors. You got to add some taste. You got to add some good smells directly to it so that people don't know what it is that they're consuming. This also brings me to the point of a video or information that I brought to you guys where they were talking about using your waste, right, fecal material, and taking the proteins directly from that and making edible meat. Like I said, I keep trying to sit up there and tell people how it is that they are trying to move out here, because I'm trying to tell you this. If people okayed a lot of the crazy stuff that they're doing right now, this is what would happen. You would have, of course, you wouldn't have to worry about the cattle and a lot of the stuff on the farms, being slaughtered, right? You wouldn't have to worry about that because that would only be for the rich. The people that could afford it, that would be for them. So for the rich people, some steak or whatnot, whatever, they're going to make that $50, $100+, right? The same thing with real chicken, the same thing with turkey and all these other things. So then the stuff that we ordinary, I'm sorry, not even ordinary, us the poor, because it's not going to be a middle class. What the poor would actually be eating is this stuff. We will be eating waste. We'll be eating cloned meats, even though we've already been doing that with a lot of different foods. We'll be eating a lot more fake foods. Like I said, that is the setup, but they can't directly get that large jump and just implement that because they know that at this point in time, people are too much aware and they're going to go crazy. So they're going to slowly but surely try to slide through and implement these things here and there to get people used to the thought process and or the taste of, these types of things. Timothy said black people have been blamed for everything: hurricanes, Bigfoot, Yazis, aliens, cancer, and etc. Bars. Miss Real said true. Shay said Handmaid's Tale could be a real thing for white women. And again, if that happens, it is on them. It is directly on them. Yo, RY, what is up? What is up? What is up? King said I would. RY said facts. They fear we will retaliate against them when we haven't after centuries. Yeah, that's the craziest part. And it's like they're so crazed into thinking that this is who we are that they believe any villain or criminal supervillain story that's pushed directly out there. Even though no matter how they've treated us historically, we've always done the complete opposite. They've treated us worse than we could ever possibly treat them or even imagine doing to them. But yet they still believe, they still fear that we're going to do to them as they've done to us. And they have to sit up there and understand that black people got patience, but also we get to a point of just like not caring about some stuff. And it's like, yo, it's y'all are like whatever. You guys are pretty much the last things, almost in a sense, on our mind. We're more so focused about our community and our families and the things that we can actually touch and see and smell at this moment in time. We're worried about, fixing those things, implementing those things, raising those things up, building those things up, substantiating, other types of facilities and buildings and whatnot. Like I said, black people have so many things to worry about and so many things on their plate. It's crazy. But yet, even with that, everybody else seems to be worried about us. Diabolical work, guys. Diabolical work. Tiki Creole said, we can't keep nothing. That's bars. That is bars. Timothy said, apparently the behavior is contagious because Latinos come after us before ones deporting them. Yep. King said it was biological warfare ever since they arrived here with diseases. Bars. RY said 2025 is the year of shattering delusions for many groups in America. Miss Real said, "You are so right." Lovely Lisa said, "How do you feel about the immigrants blaming the Black Americans?" Oh, we actually talked about that earlier. For me, I find it funny. I'm not sure what part you came in during a live stream, but I want to say somewhere during the 2 hour. I wish I actually made a graph or a picture to like let people know, like, all right, if you see this graph, this is where I had the break in the live stream to talk about this information. But I specifically read off quite a few sentences from a book that I have that talked about immigration. This was back in like the 1950s and the 60s, in order to correlate that to what is happening at this moment in time with a lot of the Latins, coming from, different areas. And you have a lot of videos of which people want to specifically try to blame Black people for what's going on. I've had somebody try to, state that I'm the reason that Trump is directly in office. Right. That was a Democrat, obviously. And then I had a Republican basically state that I was spreading Democratic propaganda. Like I said, I'm getting hit from both sides, but yet people still feel that they know on which side of the aisle that I'm directly on, even though I've specifically blatantly been transparent and told people I don't got a dog in this fight. But because people are either left or right brain, they can't see or look directly through the center of the aisle and just like understand that you got some people that are looking at both sides, and it's like, yeah, it ain't really nothing here. It's really nothing here. It ain't really nothing happening. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep walking. Right. But a lot of people like, no, because I picked the side, you have to choose a side. And if you haven't choose a side, that means you're definitely on the side. I'm like, all right, whatever your logic dictates, it can be as incorrect as all get out, but I get that. But yeah, like I said, I find it funny. No matter what Black people do, we can mind our business, and somehow, some way, we're made to be the villain. We're made to be the blame, even though from the book that I read, it specifically stated that the government is at fault. The government is to blame. Even the Black communities in Florida, when dealing with the Cubans back during the 50s and the 60s, stated outwardly that, hey, we see you guys here. We know that you guys are trying to build and make a better life for you and your kids. We don't blame you. We don't fault you for what is happening here. We fault the government. And even back then, we were still nice enough to empathize and sympathize with people who just got here. But those same people who just got here, they didn't empathize and sympathize with the Black community. They still looked at us and saw us a certain type of way, while on their end, they're receiving a white status. They're getting treated the same as white people would get treated. They're not being forced to segregate or build up their side of the town or this little area. They're doing whatever it is that they want to do. And the government, the CIA, and different presidents were helping them do this. Eisenhower and JFK. So, like I said, it's crazy work out here. Black people, like I said, Black people, we can love, everybody directly out here, but that doesn't mean that we're going to get that same love and respect and value back. And still to this day, historically, you can see it. So, it's crazy. It is some crazy, crazy work. Timothy said it used to be that woke is being aware of adversaries on their system. Now it's something I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's so blatantly overused that they just put it for anything. So if somebody sees case in point, if somebody makes a Black superhero film, it's woke. If we have a Black Panther 3 movie and they recast it to T'Challa and the movie comes out, it's woke. If you see anybody that's a minority superhero, woke. That's it. Like, they just use it for everything because the main key point is they don't see themselves, so they don't like it. They feel that the image of whatever that is there to replace them, and they don't like it. So automatically it's woke and it's anti-white. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Star Child said, past that, even Black immigrants are getting the jobs meant for us. So we are not getting anything as per usual. Yeah. Cheeky said, LOL, everyone blames us. Yeah. We just got to stop caring and feeding the rage. It makes the money. I mean, that's true. Star Child said, I saw this in Japan. Libra said, not the poop meat. Heard it before. They already recycled the liquid poop in reverse osmosis water. Yep. What a loon. What is up? What is up? Said facts. I can't actually click on that hack. I can't. Like, y'all are able to put For my mods, you guys can actually put links directly in there, but I can't actually click on it because I'm using StreamYard. So all the comments from both platforms are all in one, and I could highlight your comment, but I just can't click on it. So I just wanted to. Now, if you happen to throw it directly into the Discord, if you type it in on Discord, I could then click on it. Hack said the Ish Burger Japanese restaurant creates artificial meat from human feces. Yep. Miss Rhonda, what is up? What is up? Said they're going to always find a way to make money off of us. The Africans for sure making their bag off of our oppression, and black this, white that. Black said this to white, blah, blah, blah. Waterloo said, what do you think America believes all the BS out of their mouths? Brainwashing. It's great advertisement, psychological warfare. They are the best at it. Star Child said they are evil demons. That's why. Libra said, you said Ty said this is what Hack sent. Hold on, let me see. I think y'all both actually sent it. Yeah, you both actually sent it. I could have sworn, didn't I? Oh, this got music. Yeah, I'm gonna for another live stream. I'm gonna keep that directly up there. I'm not going to play it at the moment because it got music, and usually I'll get hit with the good old copyright when I happen to play it, because they got that playing through the whole video. I'm like, y'all gotta be kidding me. I'm like, can't they just do the reports without the music? But I'm going to have it captioned and everything. So I'll make sure to have that for the next live stream. Much appreciation to both Hack and Ty for sending that video. Libra said, imagine someone saying, drink my poop. That's tough. Hondo, what is up, said they know one day it's coming through their judgment. Bernice Johnson said, well, scripture shows what they have done to us will happen to them. I mean, but this is the thing, though. Things are going to take place, but I'll put it like this. The way that they feel that it's going to take place and who's going to do it is completely wrong. A lot of them don't realize or understand that they're slaves at this moment in time. It's not because of black people. It's not because what we're trying to do or what we're trying to make happen. Their own people are literally subjugating them, putting them directly into a form or a type of slavery. But like I said in the last live stream, everybody here is a slave. It's just the fact that people are like, well, I got a different status, or I'm a different color of slave, or I'm a different type of rich or wealthy or whatnot or whatever slave. But at the end of the day, slave is still attached to it. But everybody feels, differently because they can't see it. Or it's this type of illusion where they feel that they are above it, or, however you want to set up there and frame it, Lovely said they are offering people $1,000 for every immigrant. Wow. That's crazy work right there. Timothy said, and 2025 is the year of the wake-up call to all communities, while black folks still doing the same thing, saying welcome to the party. JB said, I got caramel popcorn. What did I miss? Lovely said, facts. Nothing much, really, in a sense, nothing much. RY said, yep. CC Jr. said, wake is code for black. Yeah, I mean, woke is code for black. Yeah. Timothy said the new Assassin's Creed is definitely woke, but Tom Cruise saving samurai is still a classic. Yeah, that's the classic one right there. I was gonna say Way of the Samurai, but yeah, The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. You will never hear a white boy out here say that was woke. They was like, yo, that was an iconic piece. That was historically accurate. We all know 100% that is what would happen if it didn't already happen. If we were there, we would literally try to save their culture and their heritage. Yeah, sure you would, buddy. Sure you would. You just like the culture because you like being pedestalized and having the women look at you and worship, just you being there. Just because you are who it is that you are. That's all that is. Like I said, even back during those times, the true Japanese men there, they had a problem with that. It was like, yo, looking at the women of their community, like, yo, why are you sitting up there like worshiping? Why are you even treating them like what are you doing? Get yourself together. Like, I'm telling you, if you are to go back and look at a lot of this stuff, a lot of the men during those times when they first showed up, they were looking at their women like, yo, y'all need to get yourselves together. Like, what are you doing? This is shameful. But like I said, I can't tell nobody nothing. people don't want to believe me though. People don't want to believe me. Ty said, what comment? Okay. Shay said, I stopped paying attention to recessions a long time ago. We are the most hated because we are God's favorite. Timothy said, it's not brainwashing, it's racist superiority complex that's never been corrected or changed. It just evolved with the time. Shay says, Seji, it's caramel, not caramel. I say caramel, don't matter. Yo, RJ, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. And Libra said, facts. But yeah, but no, the reason I say that it's brainwashing, Tim, is due to the fact that you have some of the poorest whites directly out here who are miseducated or don't have enough of an education. So their opinions of certain things are very strained, right? Their focus on certain aspects is very small. They can't really see a lot of things. They only go by their understanding and a little bit of information. A lot of them would just so happen to tell you that they don't want to learn more than what it is that they already know, right? Because a lot of people, in a sense, have a fear of knowledge, right? They have a fear of that type of worry or that concern. Like, okay, well, I know more information, know more knowledge. It's like, okay, so, what am I going to, specifically do with this? Okay, black people are subjugated. They were treated a certain type of way. Historically, they've had to go through all of these things. Okay, I have this information. Now I'm out supposed to do with it. And then the fear and stuff starts to take place. Like, now I have this understanding. It's like, now I see these people and now they see me. So now what does that then mean for me? What are we going to, have to like now deal with if they happen to get in power now that I understand what it is that we did to them and still do to them, still to this day. So, Timothy said DI caused the war over there. Bernice Johnson said, if you have a United States birth certificate and a social security number, you are a slave. That's bars. 100% bars. Straight bars. RJ said, I ain't know DI existed till last month. And that's how it is for a lot of black people. We didn't know a lot of the stuff existed up until they brought it up. Like I said, they act like whenever we got a resume, we're like stamping DEI on there to make sure that everybody hires us. Nah, that's not how that works. We have to get there by, quote unquote, as they like to say, merit, right? But realistically, if anybody knows, if you go for an over the phone interview or a job interview, if your name even sounds a certain type of way, automatically they're writing you off. They're going to directly, write you off. Case in point, I've had a lot of instances, even just being on social media, not social media. Social media too, and on being online on Xbox or whatnot. I've had people try to sit up there and say that I was white. They literally heard my voice and be like, oh, you're just trying to act black. It's like, we know that you're white. Stop trying to fake it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, are you serious right now? I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's some crazy work right there. I'm like, And this was like white boys. I'm like, man, y'all don't even know your own people. Y'all just be saying anything right now. Oh, man, it's crazy. JB said, not last month. Rod, yo, what is up? What is up? Said, he and others like him are only serving as a distraction to keep us from rising. Timothy said, technically, that would be brainwashing, but that complex runs deep. That's why they look double their age. True. Timothy says, Seji, you're not an ally. LOL. Wait, ally of who? I'm a little bit confused. Who? Ally of what? RJ said, you sound like a black man. Well, I guess because I have a better mic. I guess the Xbox mic really didn't help out. So I'm just going to sound white, I guess. Or maybe during the time, because during a certain time, I would make sure to pronounce or pronunciate, words, how they're supposed to sound versus just like not caring now. Because I just got to the point of like, all right, people are just going to say whatever it is that they want to say. It doesn't matter if I use the proper pronunciation or whatever I say. People are just going to say whatever. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to throw it all out the window. I'm like, it's whatever. So if people want to have a negative comment, I'm going to give them a reason to have a negative comment. So, you know, it's going to be like that. Shay said, you sound like a car salesman. Oh, man. Timmy said, Seji, you're not a wit ally. Oh, you talking about because of the what I mentioned earlier? Yeah, I don't know. I've been labeled a great many of things directly out here in these streets. I don't know what I am anymore. I'm just waiting for the next branding, to come directly along. RJ said, "Yep." Brandon V World said, "I got into a whole debate with my supervisor over the DEI stuff. I guess that's why I'm not working today. LOL. Never let anybody play in your face." No, yeah, that's true. That is that's true. I would normally happen to tell people because I've had a lot of arguments with supervisors. Like one of my supervisors, I think he was like Dominican or something like that. And I was wearing the dashiki that I had, Black History Month. That's something that I just grew up doing. And I'm like, all right, we'll sit up there and put this on. He was like, Dylan, you still, wearing that? And I'm like, yeah. He was like, well, isn't it past Black History Month? I'm like, oh, you must not. I'm like, oh, so you think Black History Month is just a month? I got you, no problem. Like I'm wearing those. I'm wearing those for like a whole nice duration. You're gonna see me with them bad boys on every day. I'm like, since you seem to have so much of a problem, I'm wearing this every day. But the funniest thing is when I wore the dashiki, right? And this was with, my supervisor, saying that or whatnot or whatever, thinking that he was getting a little jokey in and all this other type of stuff. The other Black immigrants that I worked with, right? I had some people that were Haitian. I had other people that came from Jamaica and elsewhere in the islands. They would sit up there and look at me with a type of like pride, and they would give me, like the head nod, like, yo, what's up? Like, I love, that dashiki. I love the pride, that you have. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, me wearing this, in a sense, gave them something. And I just did it for my own purpose because my supervisor during the time wanted to, try to say whatever, try to, be funny, but inadvertently it affected other people in a positive type of way and whatnot. So, like I said before, it's crazy out here, directly in the streets dealing with a lot of these people who are quote unquote in power or in a lot of these jobs and whatnot. They feel that they can treat and say a lot of things about a lot of people, try to make sly remarks and all this other type of stuff. I don't know. It's because I care, about a lot of people. I would try to tell people don't do what Seji did, which is getting to arguments about politics and all the other type of stuff, because I understand that everybody out here, y'all got like families and homes and and all this other type of stuff you gotta look for. Because looking back at a lot of stuff, it's like, what I have technically done things a little bit differently, if that means I would have been able to potentially keep that job and maybe upgrade and do a lot of other things, and maybe that would have put me in in other places. I don't know. Given life things that have taken place with family, it's like, damn, like maybe I should have did things a little bit differently, right? Maybe I should have. For me, I'm saying maybe I should not have been so selfish in my decision making, which inadvertently may have affected like family and stuff like that. So I don't know, it's tough. But like I said, it's a lot of stuff that we always got to think about when we want to stand up for ourselves, our reputation, our respect, our value, and and everything like that. So like I said, I understand both sides 100%. I understand both sides, and I especially understand what happens when you do make a stand. You will no longer be working at that job ever again, or they'll just try to find a reason to sit up there and get rid of you. So like I said, this is why I try to be as transparent as possible. I don't want everybody to end up in the same circumstances that I've directly been in. They said, stand your ground, outlaw, stand your ground. RJ said, I saw that video of the Mexican guy saying Mexicans are hardworking. Yep, they work harder on cutting corners on the job. Diabolical. Jedi said, what is up, Seji? Get them. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Dang, we've been going for about a good 3 hours and 40 minutes. Hopefully, this live stream will actually be all right. It's because I can't tell you at this moment in time because time will only tell. Because sometimes, if one thing was supernaturally just off by a bit, it's like, hey, gotcha there, Sonny. But yeah. But I think that's pretty much it. We covered quite a bit today. I didn't even think that I was going to be going for a good 3 hours today, but we did. And it seems like the vertical format is all right. I got to figure out how to get that other stuff working though. I thought that was going to show up as an option, but it didn't. So, but got to do it a little bit differently. But shout out to everybody who took part directly in the live stream. Anna Cole said this guy does not deserve too much of our valuable time. I'm confused. Anna Cole, who are you referring to? I just gotta ask the question before I just I just gotta ask the question. Who specifically are you referring to? Are you referring to the guy talking, or are you referring to Elon Musk? Who are you talking to at this specific time? Take your time. It doesn't take that much to get some fingers moving. Because I'm really wondering at this moment. You wrote that at like 4:54. It is currently 4:55, about to be 4:56. So I ain't that late on your statement. Because that's very interesting. That is a very, very. Let me just do this real quick. So this person right here, who are you talking to? Because you're taking a long time to try to respond. Because usually anybody else, when I've asked this exact same question throughout the chat, people like respond within like seconds. Like, oh, such I ain't talking about. I'm talking, somebody else and all this other type of stuff. Yada yada yada. You taking your sweet time. Diabolical work out here. And this class is what it looks like when you have people that are put directly on Front Street and they seemingly just want to say something and then disappear or act like it never happened. That's some real crazy work. I just want to remind people, I don't ask or try to beg people to be here. You decided to wobble yourself. I gotta reframe my words because I'm not trying to mess up what it is that I got going on here. You decided to wobble yourself directly in here. And you wanted to check out specifically what is going on, because I have to basically do it like this because you obviously didn't want to make a timely response. So I'm going to theorize that more than likely you're talking about me. You better go worry about your white men directly out there. You better go tell them to change back these laws and these rules and regulations before you're stripped of everything that you got, before you're made into female slaves and just straight baby makers staying directly in the kitchen. You better go chase a dog or something. You are barking up the wrong tree at this moment in time. Like I said, you're either white adjacent or you are just white. Either which one, you better go chase the men who voted to subjugate you and to turn back the clock on you time after time. You better go chase those guys. But you ain't gonna do that though. You're not gonna do none of that though. So you want to come directly to a black man and cause some type of issue, knowing the fact that white tears cause white fears. But yet, because we're on social media, that's not how that's going to work. So the police are not going to come because you decided to do this and then I'm responding. That's not how it's going to work. So I don't know what you thought you were going to specifically get directly out of this. And I don't know who you felt that our is. So I don't know who you think I don't know who you think our is. Like, you thought that you were going to pull up to the scene and you were like, hey guys, I feel that this guy doesn't deserve our time. We need to leave. Let's go, guys. Let's skedaddle. That's not what happened. We still got 183 people here. Still got 183 people here. Shout out to the clowns. I don't know who married this woman or who dated or who created this woman. Shout out to you brain dead fools directly out there. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to your inbred family as well. Shout out to you, all you clear folk. Shout out. Love you guys a lot. You guys, make this a very beautiful thing. Very beautiful thing. Like I said, at a point in time, I used to actually call you guys front and center. I would actually put the link directly up here so that you guys could vocally say and come into the chat. But 9 times out of 10, y'all don't really pull up to the scene when I actually give y'all links to just, state your opinions. You just want to come directly into the chat and cause a ruckus and then dip directly out. But then when people actually tell you like, okay, we need you to cam up and we're trying to, hear your voice, y'all act like y'all ain't seen nothing. Y'all Sandra Bullock out here. Boy, girl, girl, boy, boy, girl. Stevie Wonder. It's crazy. Diabolical. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that is currently here at this moment in time. Let me see, what was it? Yeah, that may be true, but I'm not trying to go from DEFCON 1 all the way to DEFCON 3. Lovely said, bye, go have some babies and save your rights. Yeah, that population is on the decline. That's not even a joking matter. That's a true fact. So what was it? What was the name of that clear woman that wrote up here? Anna Cole. Looked like you were trying to be Anna Nicole, which is a person that, went to the wayside as well, too, after marrying a 98-year-old man and magically having a child with somebody. Like I said before, it's weird how you guys want to name yourself after other people. It's also showing of your age and where you are at this moment in time in your timeline. Pretty much your past due of your timeline, and the Grim Reaper is right next door. Just open it and you'll find him. He got a foot right out there. All you got to do is trip. Hip is gone. But you better go check on your population, like Lovely stated. Do your due diligence and do what it is that you're supposed to do. Bend down and kiss the ring and make everything all well and better. But anyways, much love and respect and appreciation to all 181 people that are currently here at this moment in time. Love you guys a lot. Shout out to any and everybody that decided to, be a part of the conversation, be a part of the topics, list certain other types of information, and just be here, being a part of this. Because I'm pretty sure at this moment in time, we actually probably have some great numbers. I just want to put those out to the people. Because like I said, I wouldn't be able to do what it is that I do every single day without people like you. So at this moment in time on the secondary channel, we have had 7.5K views. Shout out and much love to everybody who took part in this live stream. These are some of the largest live streams that I have had on this platform, and this is because of all of y'all. Like I said, even the haters, shout out to y'all. Y'all are the MVPs when it comes to showing up to this platform, because it doesn't matter what has happened in your life. Your house could have been burning down in California. Somehow your hate is so great that you will see your way to come see me. You won't even be praying to God. You'll come to me first just to let me know how much you loathe and dislike me. Thank you. I love you too. But yeah, shout out to all 7.5K that rode directly up to the platform. And shout out to the, I think, what does it say that we got right now? We got about 840 people right now. Well, at least is that on a live stream or the platform? I'm not even sure. And we've had about 2,000 reactions and 1,172 chats. Like I said, shout out, much love and appreciation. I gotta, clap it up to, to all of y'all. Like I said, I would not be able to do everything that I do without you guys. Like I said, I'm highly appreciative of everything that you guys do. And you guys could be anywhere else, but you find fit to spend a little bit of time here with me and in the home that Seji built, and take part in these conversations. So much love. RY sitting at the house burning down in Cali. Yeah, them haters be real, man. Let me tell you, they will forego any type of disaster, anything that they're going through in life to come here to seek attention from me. I was about to say attention from me. It's crazy out here. RY said we were on fire in northern LA County last week. Hopefully they got that under check. Hopefully they got it. Miss Real said your voice is anointed. Mr. Hito, much love, respect, and appreciation. I can't get my words right. Appreciation. That's how bad it is right now for talking for about close to 4 hours. Explicit said, who they gonna go after next? Wait. Who are they gonna go after next after illegals? I don't know. I don't specifically know what to tell you. Maybe it might be another war on terror, for all I know. If people are going to think that the common denominator is going to be black folks, we've always been number one. They just decided to shift because they got bored and they wanted a new toy to play with. So they're like, all right, we're going to go after the illegals. We feel that they are the problem. After they're pretty much done with doing whatever it is that they're doing, then, it'll be business as usual. Like I said, for everybody else that is going through this situation right now, no matter where you come from, it is the end of the world. You don't know what's going to happen, what's going to transpire. You don't even know what today or tomorrow or next month or next year is going to look like. But for Black Americans that have always been here, generation after generation after generation after generation, it's just a Tuesday. So that's where we are. Time after time. Timothy said today's haters are like Anakin transitioning into Darth Vader. Facts. RY said the fire was put out and it rained and snowed this week. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys did get hit with that cold spell. Brandon V World said had time to go to Lake Jackson, all the way to Lake Jackson, and come back, and this man is still on a live stream. Bars. Shay said next up is the white women. Timothy said, oh, you see that BS about Trump supporters are tired of being called racist. I mean, it is what it is. You are what you eat, in a sense. He said, wonder why the crashes keep happening. Let me see what we got up here. It actually sent me to the other Explorer. Wait, Hack, is that you? Is that your post? I guess. Okay, that's you. Okay, I got you. I can sit up there and I mean, this ain't the original. What's the name? Let me see if I can copy. Let me see, copy link. Oh, I almost just took out the live stream by mistake. Let me see. I got you. I can sit up there and follow you. I gotta go here. Let me see. Where's the search function on here? There we go. At first, when I saw that, I was about to say Mike Jones, and I was about to start singing a song real quick as soon as I saw the name up there. I kid you not. All right, I got you. I just followed you on there. Said posted in your Discord. Got you. Lovely said facts. Explicit said Timothy. No, they're saying they say being called racist has no meaning anymore. I mean, the only way it doesn't have a meaning is if people, in a sense, embrace it, or also if those people are in a type of power where they assume some type of profitability from it, where it's just like it's whatever. And this is something I talked about back about 2 or 3 years ago during the pandemic, where you had all of these racists getting found and they were getting showed off on social media, and all they had to do was they were still getting an abundance of support on their websites from other quote unquote Americans directly out there coming to their businesses, coming to their online businesses. You had other people creating GoFundMe's and they were getting like $50K to $100,000. It was crazy work out there. Crazy work. I'm like, I'm not even mad because that's their people and other like-minded people supporting them. Like I said, I can't even be mad. The only thing that needed to happen was people needed to take note of who all of those people were. Birds of a feather flock together. Yo, Mo, what is up? The ninja in the mist. What is up? Said these recent live streams remind me of those all-nighters we used to do. They were intimate, but you would go in. That is bars. That is bars. That is bars. It was those live streams were very, very fun. And a lot of y'all were there too. I remember, Mo, you popped into some of the live streams. It was probably about like a panel, if I can even call it a panel. We were just probably with like 6+ of us, just like there on the live stream. We were just talking. Like that's all it was. Like, everybody just talking, just having fun and all of those things. Like I said, it was dope. It was a dope time to be around during that time. Very dope, very dope. Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? Mahoko said the live stream looks different. Jesus. Yeah, it looks it looks a little bit different because I put it in a vertical format to try, something different because a lot of you guys are on cell phones. So wanted to, do that and try that out for y'all. Miss Real said, I know we would. Wait, you talking about which part were you talking about? Because I know you're responding to, I think, a comment. Okay, Mahoko said, that makes sense. Thanks for the info. Gotcha. I forgot what comment she was responding to. Oh, yeah. Wait. You was there too? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Let me tell you, it takes me a minute to go fully back because some of you guys, if you wouldn't show up in the actual like center screen to like just like audio or whatnot, a lot of you guys will be directly in the comment sections, just like talking and just like laughing. A lot of y'all would just be rolling. Sometimes it wouldn't even be conversations. Like a lot of us would just be sitting there like laughing because like somebody said something crazy. It was funny. Like I said, it was a great time. Great times. Brandon V World said L. How was that an L? Because I forgot. Wait. He said, sorry, I accidentally typed the keyboard. Man, ain't no mistake. This man throwing L's in the chat for no reason. That's cold-blooded. Cold-blooded, brother. But yes, what is it? 3 hours and 50. I'll put it to you like this. Maybe not one time. Gail said the good old days. Yep. Yes, indeed. Maybe at a certain point, because I've been saying this for years. Gail knows, and a lot of y'all know too. I've been saying for years, like probably at a certain point in time, I will start doing those. But I want to at least have a better background. Like there's stuff that I want to, have directly on the walls and for, background aesthetics. To have a lot of that going. That's why I ended up getting the mic that I have at this current moment in time. Because before, if some of y'all remember, I was using like the headset, and that was the main way that I was talking to a lot of y'all. I would just be on the headset. Y'all would see that directly on instead of actually having a mic and whatnot. So like I said, we getting there. At a point in time, a lot of things will be upgraded, and we'll have everything up there. Gail coming through like Rogue. Take your time and do what works for you. I mean, y'all been here, long enough, so you already know, directly what it is. I just want to technically speed everything up so that, we can just start, going back to how things, in a sense, I'm not going to say going back to how they were, because that would mean going back into the past and not, in a sense, evolving, but taking from the things that were there that worked and implementing them to how it is that we have things now to make a better version of what it is that we had previously. Put it, like that. I think that's a better way to put it. Explicit said Latinos have started boycotting Walmart and other stores who took away DEI. Don't know how well it's going to stick though, or how far it's spread yet. I mean, hey, it is what it is. A lot of people are finding out specifically what is transpiring, what is taking place. Again, this is not a Black American gloating. This is me just simply saying, I told you so. That's it. Because people didn't want to listen. People don't want to pay attention. I'm sorry, let me recorrect it. This is us saying, we told you so. That's it. You know, Miss Real said, right. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for all of you guys being here, including the haters, the real true MVPs out of the situation. Much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody who has also donated to the platform by way of the channel or by way of membership or by way of Cash App as well. Thank you guys as well. And also shout out to you guys also staying directly through the ads as well, because that immensely helps out the channel over the longevity of the duration of this channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And sorry if you guys happen to see some of the same ads directly up there. It is what it is. I have no control directly over that, but and yeah, I will catch you guys on the next live stream. And I also have a video that I will have up for you guys again at around 12 o'clock. So be on the, lookout for that if you just so happen to be up. Because again, YouTube is pretty terrible with notifications. So I got to tell you guys that way. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out.